Dang it, I put the wrong time, guys. It is now. I was just running late because my mom, something happened. I had to go take care of it. I was actually going to be early. And then one of my mods was like, wait, did you want it for tonight or I'm like, no, yeah, this morning. And I looked and it's the wrong time. I hope people still come. Gosh, I'm so mad because this is going to be a good one. I just put 11 in it and went to 11 p.m. Dang it. Anyway, you guys, I am still sick. I'm going to push on through this, man. Nothing. I'll just put it this way. I can't keep anything in. Everything I eat comes out, and it's not fun, and I hate it. It's been like 5 days, and it sucks. Too much information, I'm sure. Anyway, let me actually share this. I'm gonna do a community post sharing this because people saw it and they thought it was tonight. I'm so mad that I did that. Dang it. Um, Let me just put it on my community post. You did good. I'm glad like people assumed that, but some people might not have. So 1 second. Let me just put it on my community post. Oh, it's not even. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, hold on 1 second, guys. We're gonna read that incident report. It's pretty long. There's some interesting things. Now, here's the thing. Wait, hold on. Let me finish this post. Come. Wait, come check out the. Okay, interesting report on Shonda. So I only was able to skim through it because, dude, I've been so sick. I can't even focus on anything. I've been able to do lives, but like when I focus to try to edit or like research, it's like I can't focus. I'm like, I feel so crappy, like my stomach and stuff. And it's like affecting my head and everything. So, but I was able to do a live, a couple days ago, and I'm able to do live. So I try to skim through it, and I did skim through some of it, but a lot of it's going to be new, just to me and you. But the stuff I did skim through, there is some interesting things, and I feel like we're learning, more. Like for instance, we learned some things just from those interviews, like with Paul. So this is the Shonda VanderArk guys case, is what we're talking about. If any of you guys aren't familiar, um, so we learned that number one, Paul's biological dad and stepmom were basically said like a week. Well, he tried to blame it was like, oh, that's when it started with Timothy, like when he started getting bagged. That was like a week before he died, I guess. There, I guess maybe it was going to be finalized, the divorce. We didn't know that. Also, he's trying to say that his dad kicked him out after he graduated or something. Like he kicked him out, and his dad was so strict and controlling, which we could see that's freaking Shonda. He's talking, Shonda's talking through him. But he was trying to say like how controlling he was, and Shonda's like, oh, I'm the strict parent. Um, and then her fake puking again, which we watched. Those of you guys that haven't watched that the last video, check it out because um, interrogation files. Sorry, they've sent me. So they did this, and that's where I actually got the videos originally. I was going to do a reaction, and then they came in and they were so awesome, and they shared a couple extra videos that they didn't have on their channel. So I shared those on my last video. So like there's a part where Shonda like fakes throws up. Well, I don't know if she's faking it, but she pulls her throwing up thing that they didn't include. What else? Yeah, it's just like her full booking and stuff. So that's interesting, and I'm so thankful that they did that. Yeah, check it out. It's at the end of that one, but the beginning is all like when they go to the house and stuff. So yeah, it's really interesting. I'm drinking my coconut water that Soul got me for dehydration. It's really good. First time I ever had coconut water was when she sent it to me. It's supposed to be good. So since I'm having trouble keeping stuff in, I'm sorry, we're gonna get to it, guys. Hold on one second. He's... Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't know if you're watching interrogation reports, but thank you for emailing me back. You definitely got a new fan. I'll be watching their channel like all the time. I'm obsessed with their interrogations. It's like my favorite thing to watch on YouTube, so I'm so glad I found you. Okay, so let's yeah, so they were kind enough to send me this too, which is awesome. I was gonna I was gonna order it, and they're waiting for my payment, but as I was asking him, did you send me basically everything they had? Because it might be just a waste. And basically he sent me everything. How awesome is that? It's like, well, that I don't really need to get it if you already sent me everything, so I don't really need to get anything else, All right, so let's go through the report. We'll do it together, guys. Like I said, I only skimmed a couple parts. There's a part that they pointed out for me, that on page 53 that I skimmed through, and yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, guys. Yeah, me too. But figures, I'm getting back in the swing of things, and now I'm sick. I know you can't tell because I'm really good at, like, I don't know. Well, you can't tell when somebody has a stomach ache. It's not a cold, but like it sucks because like I am, and I'm starting to get on a roll, and then now this thing has knocked me down where it's like I can't. Yeah, I'll do a live, but after the live, it's like I can't focus on like editing or researching. It's just like, oh, I mean, I do a little bit, but it's hard. I'm not trying to get like any pity or anything, but my thing is it's kind of slowed me down. So just bear with me, guys. That's all. If I'm a little slacking a little bit. Hey Mama D, hey Happy Melon Claus, Bree MG, the Gemini, Courtney, Grateful MC, Mary Jane, Peppermint Patty, you guys ready? Danielle, Emily, Wolfpack. All right, let's get started. Hey Breezy, hey Anthony, True Crime, Yankee Kyle, BBE, Tara Parsons. I know, me too. Because I just wish I knew what it was. Because if it's just like COVID, because Soul had COVID and it was all stomach. I know some people get it and it's all like stomach. So if it's like COVID or I don't think it's the flu because it's lasting too long. It's going on like 6 days, I think. But if it's just like COVID, then I'll be like, okay, knock on wood. But I know what it is. But like my mind goes to like something serious. You know what I'm saying? Like something serious is wrong with me. Like, so I just got to quit worrying. But I hate that. I wish I just knew what it was. And I don't have a COVID test. I know I could just get one, but I don't know. Those things aren't that. Sometimes they don't give accurate things too. Okay, Courtney, come back. You were? Was it stomach stuff, Bree? Because last 2 times I had COVID, it was the cold kind. And I know there is a stomach kind because I've heard people that they don't get cold symptoms, they get all stomach. Like Stacy, she had it. She tested positive and it was just all stomach, not any cold symptoms. So, what was yours, all stomach too? Oh, nice. Yeah, interrogation files, they are like they've been so cool. And I do feel like it's more rare to find like a cool channel that's like in it for the right reasons and like shares, like, because anybody that contacts me, if they want to use my stuff, I always say yes, go ahead, go for it. But there's some people that don't, or they just won't respond. And you know what I'm saying? So to find somebody that's just so freaking awesome and that gave me stuff that they don't even have on their channel, like, where do you find that? I mean, that's awesome. I'm so glad. It's like finding like what do you call it? Like a gem or no, what is that saying? Because I know there are good creators, but it's more rare, I feel like. I hope I'm not sounding negative, but that's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Greed and selfishness and stuff is overpowering on this platform, but so when I do find like a really sincere, like kind person that's actually really in it for, you know what I'm saying, wants to share and just, I don't know, I'm just still almost shocked about that. Like, I'm still like so appreciative that they were so awesome. Yeah, diamond in a rough. Yes. Okay. So Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah, mine first two were like a cough. I couldn't breathe, like lung stuff. But this time it's bad. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. So to my surprise, like just met this person and they're sending me stuff, giving me stuff that they didn't even share on their channel. This what we're going to go over right now. They gave it to me last live. They sent it to me and they don't even have it on their channel. Where do you find like somebody so awesome like that? Very rare. I know I went on about it last live too, but gosh darn it, they deserve it because that is freaking awesome. I'm sorry. You just don't find people like that on here like that. But anyway, I'll shut up about that. All right, let's go here. Let me bring it up. Yeah, oh, I hope you get better, D Lucky. When I had my first time I had COVID, when I had like the, lung stuff, it lasted like a few weeks. And then I started feeling better for like a week or a week and a half. And then I started feeling like crap again. It came back. It was sucky. Hi, Juicy Lucy. Yeah, it's 4 degrees here, but the wind chill's below 4. It's like -20 or something. It is crazy. I had to go out this morning because it was something I had to do, which sucks, but it was something I didn't have a choice, so I had to go. And it like at 7 in the morning. Oh my God, it was hard. It was hard. But I never had it like stomach one, so that's why it's like at least when you have a cold, you know what it is. You're like, oh, it has to be COVID, it has to be a cold or something like that. But with like a stomach thing, you're like, I'm thinking all kinds of crazy stuff. So I just hope it goes away. No. Okay, so you guys ready? We'll probably skip through some documents, I mean, we'll scroll through them, but there's some that just from scrolling through them real quick, I mean, there's some that, are just like basic stuff. But I do want to I'm going to scroll through everything because and they redact, so the law enforcement redacts out all the stuff that's necessary to be redacted so people could chill. I mean, they do that but yet still sometimes people get mad anyway. But yeah, let's do this. Yep, we're just gonna go. It's 80 pages, and we're gonna go go from top to bottom. And there, like I said, skimming through this, there is some really interesting things in here. Oh shoot. And there's probably way more since I didn't go through it all. I'm gonna be surprised, I feel like, at some parts. Okay. No, I did, Mama D. I had these drinks, and that's what I originally thought was it. I was like, I had these drinks that my mom got that were probiotic, and I don't take a probiotic, and I thought that was why I had the, whatever. I was like, oh, that's probably because I took that. But now I haven't had it in a couple days, and I'm still having issues, so I'm like, I guess it wasn't that. Hey, 8i. All right, let's start on this here. So, because we're already 13 minutes in. All right, but thank you guys. Thank you for all the nice messages. Hopefully I'll be able to make it through this without having to go to the bathroom. All right, so we have incident report, investigation report. So 7/6, so this July 6th, 2022. This was 6:37 Wednesday. Crime incident, family abuse, neglect, nonviolent. Crime incident, that's a crime incident number 2. Number 1 is murder and non-negligent. We have victim, which is redacted. Victim of crime number 1, 2 as 1, 2. You guys could see, right? Yeah. Relationship to offender says 105 204. Resident status, resident. Home address is all blocked out. Then we have others involved. We have Adam Thomas VanderArk. And then we have individual not law enforcement, Nate German. So the relationships to the offenders, it does not say, but we know who Adam is, her husband, that had the stroke, wasn't living there, and that's supposedly when it all started. is when he moved out, and that's when like the real extreme abuse started. Okay, so we have remember some of this stuff is new, so I gotta kind of like figure it out as we're going. So it says 1 equals none, 2 equals burned, 3 equals counterfeit, forged, 4 equals damaged or vandalized, 5 is recovered, 6 is seized, 7 is stolen, 8 is unknown. Okay. But none of these have those because these are the quantities, but okay, we'll just go. So here's some of the evidence. We have leg shackles, portable electronic equipment. There's a bunch of those. There's 4 on this page, portable electronic equipment. And it gives you the make and the model, Tekken, LoveU, Blurims, Tethys, a USB drive, an iPad, a cell phone. There's 3 cell phones, all Apples, so they're all iPhones. There's a 13, 11, and a 12. Then we have a mini iPad. We have jeans. And it gives a value. So we have a belt, hooded sweatshirt, disposable brief, which is probably the diaper, right? Biological material, 3 biological materials, zip ties, hot sauce. And it shows Elijah's extreme regret. Shower curtain, carpet, bedsheet, trim, tarp, carpet, trim, door jamb, hot sauce, micro SD card, documents. And then we have an additional name list is Mock. So we have Nicholas Mock, April Tomlinson, Chloe Silver, Martha VanderArk. Number 4 is all redacted, or number 4 is all redacted. I wonder if that's because it's a minor. No, it's not a minor. Or maybe that's Gabe, or maybe it's because a minor. We have Joyce DeJong, Western Michigan University ME office, Chelsea Calloway, Eric Ferguson, which is her oldest son, Nicole Nemnig, Jean Shelley, Keith Brown. So I'm just going to kind of scroll through this because it's not that important as far as what we're trying to learn. Cornelius Haskra, Leah McBride, Nancy Diaz, Laura Williamson, Debbie Sisk, Catherine Ash, Glenn Ferguson, Pound Buddies, Tracy Hall, Michelle Salvetti, Trisha Heaven, Paige Eaton. Yeah, I'm going to kind of just scroll. Here we go. Okay. So drugs, it says Norton Shores Police Department drugs, but this is all blank right now. Suspicious death is the narrative. Okay. So here is reporting officer narrative. So here we go. On 7/6/2022 at about 6:37 hours, I was dispatched to blank. So remember, 6:37, that would be 6:37 in the morning, a.m. So he's dispatched to their address on an assist to medical. The complainant, Shanda VanderArk, and her blank old son, blank, was not breathing. ProMed arrived on the scene first and said blank was deceased and an emergency response was no longer required. Upon my arrival, ProMed and the fire department were on the scene, and blank had been already declared as deceased. His time of death was listed as 6:44 a.m. ProMed medics Nicholas Mock and April Tomlinson stated that they were the first on scene. They were directed into the basement where they found Shonda performing CPR on blank. They checked blank and found his body was already starting to get rigid. Do you guys mind we know who the victim is because we know who was on trial, so I might just insert his name, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that because that's who she's on trial. That's who she was on trial for killing. So, it might just be easier to read it that way, right? Timothy. So Timothy was the victim. That was her son that she starved and tortured to death. They hooked him up to a heart monitor and there was no activity. They did not perform CPR and did not give him any drugs. While in the basement, Mock pointed out several things that he thought was odd. There was a webcam that appeared to be on, pointing at blank's bed. So I'm sure it's Tim's bed. Yeah. And there were handcuffs in an open drawer under Blank's bed. But here's the thing, I'm not even going to say Timothy on that because he didn't even have a gosh darn bed. You know what I'm saying? So that really wasn't his bed. So yeah, they're talking about Paul here anyway. Because look how they, because remember when they lied and they said that we heard when they first got there, she was trying to say that Timothy slept on the top bunk on that bed, which we found out was a lie. He was in the freaking closet. So yeah, this would be Paul's bed. On Paul's bed were the handcuffs in an open drawer under Paul's bed. Paul himself appeared to be malnourished. His wrists and waist were very small. Oh wait, is that Paul? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out who they... Maybe they are talking about Tim. It's just weird how they said himself, like they're saying also somebody else was malnourished, but it's not important, I guess. His wrists and waist were very small. When his sweatshirt was lifted, his chest and back were just skin and bones. There were visible bruises on his chest, so that's definitely Timothy. Wow. So there were bruises on his chest. Oh, maybe. Do you think the bruises on his chest were when they were giving him CPR? Or do you think that was something else? Because if he was already dead when they were giving him CPR, bruises wouldn't appear, right? Complainant Shanda VanderArk. Shanda said Timothy was a high-functioning autism and she is homeschooling him. Also living in the home are Shonda's 20-year-old son, Paul Ferguson, and Blank's old son, Blank. All three have bedrooms in the basement, but Blank has been sleeping in Shonda's room since he is scared. Blank had been living with his father in Oklahoma, but his father could not handle him anymore. Shonda agreed to take care of Tim, and he came to her home in May of 2021. Timothy sometimes wets the bed, so he wears adult diapers on occasion. He has been diagnosed with ADHD and was taking medication for it. He had been feeling much better, so he stopped taking the medication. That's because you stopped getting him the medication, you liar. It wasn't his choice. In January of this year, Shonda's husband, Adam VanderArk, had a stroke and had to be hospitalized. When he got out, he did not go back to the Marshall home since he could not climb the stairs. Instead, he went to live with his parents in West Olive. Recently, Blank's biological father, name not known, told him he was divorcing his wife and was moving to Florida. Based on these events, Shonda believes Timothy stopped eating. He did not eat for 3 weeks in January of this year and only started eating again after Shonda threatened to take him to the hospital. For the last 2 weeks, Timothy had stopped eating again. She had tried to get him to drink some protein shakes, but he would not take them. Shonda told him last night to eat something or she was taking him to the hospital. He agreed to eat some toast with butter on it, and she made him 2 pieces. She watched him eat 3/4 of the one of the pieces of toast, then stopped watching. This morning, about 5:30, she heard Timothy fall out of bed. His bed consists of a bunk bed over a desk underneath. Wait, his bed consists of a bunk bed over a desk underneath. Okay. It woke her up and she went downstairs to find Timothy laying on the floor. That whole thing is a freaking lie. Well, we know that. She helped him up and he got back into bed. Just after 6:30 a.m., Shonda went downstairs to check on Timothy. He did not answer when she tried waking him up. She checked his chest and found he was not breathing. Shonda pulled Timothy off the upper bunk and placed him on the floor where she started CPR. She continued until medical personnel arrived on scene. Hey, Gailey, I just want to see what you guys said about the bruise, because I don't think it would be a bruise. If you're already dead, then you wouldn't get a bruise, right? That might be a really stupid question, but from what I understand, you wouldn't. Because I'm just trying to figure out, they said he had bruises on his chest and stuff. So I was just trying to figure out, like, I know they were abusing him and torturing him and stuff, but I'm just trying to figure out if, like, what they possibly did to get bruises on his chest. Yeah, that's true, Mary Jane. You're probably right. All right. Okay, so according to the medics, the rigor mortis had already started setting in on Timothy's body, which included his jaw starting to get rigid. It usually takes hours for rigor mortis to start. Because of this, Shonda's saying she saw him alive at 5:30 and does not appear to be accurate. Medical examiner Nate arrived and started conducting his investigation. Due to Timothy's state of malnourishment and his young age, an autopsy will be conducted. Police action. The basement consisted of a main room just off the stairs where Timothy's bed was located. There were 2 other dedicated bedrooms, with one being Blank's and the other Paul's. There was a bathroom and a small utility room where a washer and dryer were located. There is a small closet directly next to Blank's bed. When opened, it only had a blue tarp inside and a small empty cardboard box. Sergeant Krutoff said the closet reeked of what appeared to be urine. In the basement, I found 4 webcams which were turned on. One was on a built-in shelf in the main room and was pointing directly at Timothy's bed. The second was underneath Timothy's bed and appeared to be facing down so as not to record any video. The third was in a corner of Timothy's bedroom pointed at the bedroom door. The fourth was in the bathroom in the basement, sitting on the bathroom counter. This camera turned toward me when I walked into the room, making me believe it was motion activated. The bathroom itself was very dirty and there were dirty adult diapers sitting on the floor. The shower was directly next to the toilet and had no shower curtain on it. The closet door had some sort of sensor on it which might alert someone if it was opened. The handcuffs turned out to be ankle shackles which have a longer chain. There were real shackles and needed a cuff key to open them. I did not see any place on Timothy's bed showing marks where Timothy might have been shackled to. It was determined that the Detective Bureau would investigate this death further. I was asked to secure the basement and make sure no one went down there. I watched over the basement until a search warrant was obtained and executed. Once the basement and garage were searched, I was relieved and left the home. So wait, okay. I never obtained Blank's personal information, so it was not added to the contact screen by me. Okay, so now we have incident report suspect list. So we have Shanda, 43, white female, 5'6", 120 pounds, red hair, it says, eyes blue. And then we have Paul, age 20, white male, 6'1", 130 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, fair skinned. Wow, so he was 6'1" and only weighed 130 pounds. Dang it. Oh, cool. Thank you for being here, Kim. Interrogation files. Thanks for coming back. We're reading this. It's very interesting. I skimmed it. I haven't even read it all yet. I read that page you pointed out. It's interesting. And I haven't read it all, but we're reading it now. So thank you so much again. You rock. You rock. Okay, so where are we at now? So now we have leg shackles. So here's the property description. So we have color, silver, locally evidence, 7.6. So Shonda, portable electronic equipment. Just given the evidence that we already actually read the list. So I'm going to kind of go through this, kind of scroll through this quick here. USB drive. Wait, what did the note? Did they have any notes on these? Hold on. No. Okay. Nope. All right. So we have the portable electronic, iPad, cell phone. We know they had the 3 cell phones. I think it was 11, 12, and 13. So hopefully this isn't making you guys dizzy. I'm just going to scroll right through this. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. It's about the Shanda VanderArk case. I know, I decided to do it later because it's just, I've been struggling lately. So it's by the end of, by the early evening, I'm like ready to call it a day. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try to jump on this when I'm still feeling like I could do something. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go back here. Because now they're talking about biological material. Hold on a second. So we got the hooded sweatshirt, but thank you for your super chat, Jonathan. Sorry, guys. Just bear with me here. I just wanted to see, because that one biological material said I had notes. I just wanted to make sure I didn't. So we have belt attached to jeans, and then we have hooded sweatshirt. We have disposable brief, biological material. It says swab of external genitalia. Okay. So they're getting material. And then biological material found from right eye. And then brown substance from left cheek. I'm guessing it was just when he threw up. Remember they said it was brown because he was probably throwing up his, I mean, not to be, you know, his, yeah, I'm sure you guys know, but like, so sad. So yeah, from left cheek, hot sauce, shower curtain, carpet, bed sheet, trim, tarp, carpet, trim, door jam, hot sauce, micro SD card. Okay, so let's see. So now we have the information below is confidential. Arrest, murder, supervisor. Hold on. Okay, so July 6th, I was contacted by Lieutenant Powell and advised of a suspicious death at blank. Detective Alman, Detective Pieski were each notified and asked to respond to the scene. Upon my arrival to the scene, I was briefed by Officer Stefanich, whatever, and Sergeant Krudoff. I was shown to the lower level of the split-level home where the deceased was on the floor. I took numerous photos, attached an RMS along with a photo log of the scene to include the deceased, the assorted webcams and other items collected as evidence. Dr. Piesk notified me that the mother of the deceased, Shanda VanderArk, had declined to sign the consent to search form. I then left the scene to contact the prosecutor's office and begin the process of obtaining a search warrant for the home. I was able to speak with APA Gilmore and briefed her on the particulars of the case. APA Gilmore prepared an affidavit for a search warrant on my behalf. I reviewed the affidavit and signed it as the affiant. I swore to the contents of the affidavit before Magistrate Wiwaria, who authorized the search warrant. I returned blank and provided Shonda with a copy of the search warrant. Detective Trombley and I, with the assistance of Officer Stefanich, executed the search warrant. See Detective Trombley's report regarding the evidence that was collected. Now we have case supplemental report. So this is case arrest, murder, closed by arrest, 7-6. Okay. Investigator Alms, supervisor. Okay, so let's information. I responded to blank to assist to the suspicious death investigation of blank old blank. I made contact with Timothy's mother, Shonda VanderArk, to obtain a timeline of events. Statement: Shonda VanderArk. Shonda advised she works in the circuit court in White Cloud and arrived home from work at 1800 hours, which is 6 p.m. Shonda advised when she arrived home, she immediately took her 20-year-old son Paul to work in Grand Haven Applebee's. Shonda advised on her way home, she stopped and picked up Qdoba for dinner. Shonda advised she arrived home with dinner between 1830 and 1840 hours. Shonda advised blank refused to eat at this time. Wait, hold on. Let me see your chat. Hold on 1 second, guys. Oh, cool. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Hey, mods, will you share interrogation files link? Since I'll be reading this. Since they were so gracious to send me this. That's the least I could do. But all right, so let me continue here. I know I'm anxious for that sentencing. I don't even know what to expect with Paul's. I mean, I'm with hers. I mean, I don't think she's getting out, but wonder if, dude, do you guys think she'll show up for it since she wasn't there for the verdict? Wonder if she's gonna be like, oh, some emergency again. They better freak her. They better make her be there. And are they gonna have like impact statements read? That didn't happen yet, right? Because if they do, she needs to be there and she needs to hear all that crap and what she caused. It's bull crap. Anyway, all right, where are we at? So we have six. So Shonda advised she arrived home with dinner between 6:30 and 6:40 p.m. Shonda advised Timothy refused to eat at this time. Shonda advised she noticed Timothy's face was very thin and told him if he didn't eat something, she would have to take him to the hospital. Yeah. Shonda advised at 1900 hours, which is 7 p.m., Timothy agreed to eat toast with butter. Shonda advised she observed him to take about 2 bites. She observed him I can't talk. She observed him taking 2 bites, so she walked away. Shonda is not certain if blank ate both pieces of toast. After Timothy was done, sorry, sometimes I forget and say blank, but we all know, it's Timothy, right? Sometimes I remember to say it, and then sometimes I don't for some reason. Anyway, so Shonda is not certain if Timothy ate both pieces of toast. After Timothy was done eating, he went downstairs to his bedroom, complaining his stomach hurt. At 2200 hours, Shonda told Timothy it was time to get ready for bed. Bedtime routine consisted of putting on pajamas, using the bathroom. Oh, so he gets his minute to use the bathroom, okay. And brushing teeth. Wonder how long she gives him to brush his teeth. Shonda advised she asked Timothy for a hug and kiss, but he said, Mama, in a tone that meant he was annoyed by the request. Oh my God. Shonda advised she went to bed around midnight or 12:30. Shonda advised she heard Paul come home from work between 2 or 2:15, so like 2:05 a.m. or 2:15 a.m. as the dog barked. Shonda said she heard a loud thud come from downstairs at an unknown hour. Shonda thought it was at 5:30, but was not certain. Shonda advised after hearing the thud, she went downstairs to check on Timothy and found him lying on the floor. Shonda asked Timothy if he was okay, and he said yes. Shonda advised she noticed a scratch or 2 on his face and questioned Timothy about it. Timothy brushed her off and said he was fine. To help him up, Timothy grabbed her wrist and got up and climbed back onto his bunk bed. So she had to, this was to explain why he had probably the scratches and bruises on him, huh? The whole him falling out of bed. And plus, it could go along with like, oh, maybe something happened when he fell, maybe. Because they said, since they had that last video, they said he didn't move. After she left that last time, after she made him breathe out of his mouth or out of his nose and called him, I forget what she called him, but she was just a jerk to him, putting him down. They said that they think like shortly after that, he took his last breath, and that whole 5 o'clock thing, that's a lie. So probably to try to, well, we know that now, but probably to try to explain like the scratches on his face and the bruises and stuff is what I'm guessing. Oh, good. Who just said that? The judge said, okay, good. She better have to. I'm so surprised they didn't make her be there for this, the verdict reading, Yeah, pathetic. Thank you, Wolfpack. That's right. They said she was pathetic. Or sorry. She said Timothy was pathetic. Like, that's one of the last things she said to her son that died, that he was pathetic. Jerk. Anyway, and the fact that she hasn't even took responsibility for this yet, that just shows you, like, you can't even, it's done. Just be a freaking, own it. Like, be an adult and I don't even know what the right word is, but just admit what you freaking did. You're going to keep denying it? We all know. It's up. Now just admit it. Paul did. I mean, to a degree. I mean, he did admit it, but I know he put it, kind of blamed her, which I do think there is some truth to that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he still has to take responsibility, and he is, you know, he's going to do some time, but she needs to too. Anyway, sorry, where are we at? Having trouble thinking of the right words, but I'll blame it on me being sick. But it could have something to do with me being sick too, though. Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay. So yeah, so she helped him back into bed, supposedly, but we know that fall never happened. Shonda woke up to her alarm this morning between 6:15 and 6:20. Between 6:30 and 6:40, Shonda went downstairs to check on Timothy and to see if Paul was ready to leave for his morning shift at work. Shonda advised she said something, I don't know, said Timothy probably, but there was no response. Shonda advised she nudged Timothy, but he did not respond. Shonda advised she placed her hand on Timothy's chest and did not feel the rise and fall of his chest. Shonda advised she called out for Paul to come and help her. Shonda advised she could not recall how she pulled Timothy from his bed. Shonda advised she attempted chest compressions and mouth breathing while contacting 911. But we know they didn't contact 911 right away. They talked about it a while. They did start giving CPR right away. It seemed like it. But because remember, there's a video and audio of it, which we were only able to see or hear the audio on the trial. But they're trying to like, oh my God, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We got to say, you know, he went on a hunger strike. And it's, I don't want to say funny. That's not the right word, but it's, I don't even know what the right word is, but Paul basically didn't go, he either forgot or he didn't say that. So she was probably so mad when they were asking him about the hunger strike and he acted like he didn't know about it. And so she was probably like, oh, we talked about this, but Paul he didn't go through with that. But I don't know if that was just like nerves, if he forgot, or he just didn't want to lie about that. I don't know, because he lied about other stuff at first. Okay. Yeah, 18 minutes. Thank you. Yep. Hey, Callie Dime, what's up? Hey, Go Batman, Texas Maid, what's up? This is Italy. Oh, Faith in Humanity. Yay. You're back. Thank you for being here. Hey, Angela. Casey. Okay. Let's see. Where do we take off? So now we're at, okay. So let's just continue here. So I asked Shonda to tell me why Timothy was so emaciated. Shonda told me when her husband Adam had a stroke in January, Timothy stopped eating. Timothy told her he hadn't felt hungry. Shonda said after about 18 days, she told Timothy if he didn't eat, she would have to take him to the hospital. Shonda said Timothy agreed to eat. Shonda said Timothy stopped eating again around June 8th of this year, shortly after Adam had his seizure. Wait, when did... Oh, because he ended up having a seizure after that. Yeah, that's right. Timothy claimed he was not hungry. Shonda said she could not tell how thin Timothy had become as he wears baggy clothing and keeps a hood pulled over his head. Shonda said she noticed last night how thin Timothy's face looked. Shonda said she threatened to take him to the hospital if he did not eat. Timothy agreed to eat a piece or two of toast with butter, but complained of a stomach pain after eating. Yeah, that'll happen, Shonda. First of all, well, I don't even know how much I believe you on that, but first of all, when you don't eat for a long time and then you go eat, you do get a stomach ache when you're starving and then you put something in your stomach. It happens because your body is not used to having anything in their stomach. I asked Shonda why so many surveillance cameras are downstairs. Shonda told me when her son Timothy was younger, he used to strip... Oh, no, that's not Timothy. That's her other son. Sorry. It was her youngest son. Used to strip naked and run around the house. The surveillance cameras have a two-way audio, and she uses an app where she can monitor him. Shonda advised she thought the cameras were unplugged as her youngest son no longer strips down naked. I asked Shonda to tell me why locks were secured to the refrigerator and freezer door, as well as the chest freezer. Shonda said the locks were to prevent the doors of the appliances from being left open. Shonda also said Timothy would sneak food in the middle of the night and would take things he wasn't supposed to have. Actually, hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I had that setting for my live. So yeah, it's on. Okay, good. Good. Do I have the subscribers? Customization. Yeah, okay, we're good. What can you guys, when I'm reading this, what can I do for a poll? I'll think here. I want to do a poll. Okay, so I asked Shonda to tell me about the closet next to Timothy's bed. The closet had an alarm device attached to it. Inside the closet was a blue tarp, and the closet smelled of human urine. Shonda advised the alarm device was installed when she decided to store her sewing machine inside. Shonda advised Timothy would mess with the sewing machine, and she wanted it in safekeeping. The sewing machine was currently stored in the room against the far wall of Timothy's room. It was not easily accessible as it was surrounded by clutter. I asked Shonda to explain the purpose of the blue tarp inside the closet. Shonda said at one time her dog snuck downstairs, got locked in the closet, and urinated. Shonda said the tarp was placed in the closet in case the dog got locked in the closet again. Now here's statement. This is Paul Ferguson's statement. Paul advised he clocked out of work at 1:40 hours this morning, which is 1:40 a.m. Hey, Teresa. Katie. And he had just been in that ice bath. Yeah, 9 hours straight. Oh, I can't even imagine. I know, Katie. Me too. Yeah, wait. You guys, did we hear, did anybody respond with the bruises? Because we know he was like already gone for hours by the time they found him in the morning. So would the bruises be caused by CPR? That's what I don't know. If you're that gone, like, would it even bruise? I don't think anybody answered. You could ask if Paul is as guilty as her or controlled. Yeah. Okay, let me think how to word it. Yeah. Yeah, we see his statement too. But Adams is in here too, so it's interesting. All right, so here's Paul's. Paul advised he clocked out of work at 1:40 a.m. this morning. Paul advised he received a ride home from work from his manager and arrived home at 2 a.m. Actually, can I actually make this one more bigger? Yeah. Whoa. We'll have to keep it at 200. Paul advised he received a ride home. At 2:10 a.m., Paul stated he took some Benadryl to help him sleep. Paul advised after taking the Benadryl, he went downstairs and headed to his bedroom. Paul advised he could hear Timothy snoring loudly at this time. Paul advised he woke up at 6 a.m. to get ready for work. But see, that's a lie because I got to go back and watch that part of the trial. Because I swear they said after she goes and calls him pathetic and holds his mouth to see you could breathe out of your nose and she leaves, they said that like shortly after that is when they think he died. So I feel like he's lying. And if he's saying that he was snoring at like a little after 2 a.m., I think that's a lie. But I have to go back through and see the details on that. Anyway, so he gets up at 6 a.m. to get ready for work. That's when he woke up. He advised his mother, Shonda, called out to him while he was downstairs. Paul was not sure what time this was. Paul advised Shonda told him to help her pull Timothy from the top bunk. Paul advised he took each of Timothy's ankles. Shonda grabbed under his arms and they laid him on the floor. Oh, man. Let me try to do something. Hold on 1 second, guys. Trying to make it as big as I can for you guys. So you can read through it. There we go. That's perfect, right? All right, so we have Paul advised he took each of Timothy's ankles. Shonda grabbed Timothy under his arms, and they laid him on the floor. Paul advised Shonda then began CPR. Detective Piesk and I conducted an interview with Adam VanderArk at blank. Adam is recovering from a stroke that occurred in January 2022 and is currently residing with his parents. Adam consented to an interview and appeared to be cognitively healthy and aware. Adam did not have any issues communicating with detectives, nor did he have issues forming sentences. Hey, True Crime for You. Thanks for coming. Okay. So, statement, Adam VanderArk. Adam advised he and Shonda met online and have been married for about 12 years. Adam advised he eventually moved to Oklahoma to live with Shonda. At this time, Shonda had supervised custody visits of her children due to sexual allegations involving two of her children. The allegations consisted of child CSC. The case was unfounded in Oklahoma. Hold on a second. What would that be? I want to look up something. CSC. What is that saying? Just bear with me, guys. I might be a little slow because my brain is... I got a sick brain and body. Child... What does CSC stand for? Oh, okay. I probably should know this, but... Community Service for Children. Huh. Wait. It consisted of child CS. I don't know, guys. What is it? Huh, that's interesting. I didn't read this. It's the first time. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Wow. Okay, thank you, Sean. Or Shane, sorry. Thank you, Shane. Oh, wait, true crime, what meds? Helped. Oh, meds, okay. I know, I usually don't test it, because usually it's like I know because the other people at my house have it, and then... But I don't know with this. Okay, so Adam advised Shonda was very affectionate toward her children. Adam advised that physical affection often seemed inappropriate, such as having the preteen boy sit on her lap or long hugging. Huh, interesting. Very interesting. Wow. Adam advised shortly after their son Blank was born, Adam and Shonda decided to move back to Michigan. There you go. Remember how we were like, we know it's Adam's son, but there was something that kept confusing us because of Paul, when he was asked during the trial if Adam was, or if his younger brother, I think they called him on the trial, right, was Adam's son. And he said no, remember? And it confused us because we're like, wait, dude, how is that not his son? I think he just misheard the question. Oh, I saw that, Jonathan. I was going to tell you, I saw that yesterday. Yep, I know. I just can't keep track of all these especially being sick, and then all this new, like, things are going on with, like, 4 different cases I've been covering. It's like figures, and it's just, I'm barely keeping up with what I am. But yeah, I saw that yesterday. I meant to text you about it. Thank you. Okay, so they moved back to Michigan. Shonda left the other children in care of their biological father, who had custody of them. Adam advised Timothy moved in with them May of 2021. After Timothy's biological father contacted Shonda. Timothy's father advised he could no longer handle Timothy and threatened to place Timothy in foster care if Shonda and Adam did not take him. God, I wish they would have just put him in foster care. Dang it. Where am I? Sorry. Oh, Adam advised Timothy was blank old when he moved in with them. Adam advised Timothy did not exhibit any behavior issues out of the ordinary for a teenage boy. There you go. Adam advised Timothy would sneak food at odd hours in the early morning. Adam advised he never observed any physical altercations between Paul and Timothy, but they would occasionally argue. Adam advised the only surveillance camera he was aware of in the home was located under Timothy's bed where his desk was. The camera was placed in a fashion to observe Timothy while he was doing schoolwork. Adam advised the only form of surveillance they used for Timothy was a video baby monitor. This monitor was used for Timothy when he was still a baby to ensure his safety mobility. Adam advised Timothy never exhibited any behavioral issues, nor did he ever undress and walk. Oh, that's not Timothy, sorry. That has to be the youngest. Sorry, guys, because like most of these are all, it's either between the two sons when they black it out. And since I'm reading it as I'm going, it's, sorry if I say the wrong name. But this, so he's saying, wait, so she's lying about that even? Because it has to be G. Because she claimed that the reason they got the cameras is because G would undress and walk around the house. He's saying that he never exhibited any behavior issues, nor did he ever undress and walk around the house. Adam advised he was unaware of any locks being attached to the refrigerator or chest freezer. Adam advised he was unaware of the shackles located in the basement near Timothy's bed. Adam advised he would not have condoned the use of any physical discipline. Adam advised discipline in the home for the boys consisted of sitting in their rooms for a time out. Hey, Avery. Hey, Pink. Yeah, you're a good one. I know, me too, Angela. Oh, Sarah. I know, I ended up catching it late. If I would have caught it when it was actually on live, I would have live streamed it too, but I ended up getting into it like it was already like the weekend of the trial. Like it was basically almost over, and I started trying to catch up, putting on double speed to try to catch up. But I would have streamed it and we could have watched it together. I wish I would have known. Okay, so where are we at? Adam advised he was aware Timothy had bladder issues and would wear an adult brief. Adam advised the last time he saw Timothy was about 4 months ago. Adam advised Timothy appeared healthy and did not appear to be malnourished. Adam advised when he was living at home, the residence was always clean and tidy, as he was usually in charge of the household chores. Wow, because you saw how disgusting it was. Oh my God, that house, because they showed pictures in trial and we went over them. And well, even in that body cam we saw, it was bad, man. Or even when Paul does his TikToks, you could see some of it. Anyway, so disposition. I will be attending the autopsy of Timothy on 7/7/2022 at 8:30 a.m. Case status open, pending further investigation. So now we have evidence. My cell, this was 7/6/2022. And this was the morning that it happened. So myself, Sergeant Hoaxima, and Officer Stefanich conducted the search warrant at blank. We collected the following evidence. Leg shackles inscribed with number 121963 found on the bottom level in the first room in the top drawer of a clear plastic drawer set near the bed. LaView camera, serial number blah blah blah, found on the top level in the first room, sitting on top of a box under the bed. Camera was plugged in and powered on. Tekken camera found on the bottom level in the first room, plugged into the south wall. Unit was powered on. Blue Ram's camera found on the bottom level in the bathroom, plugged in and powered on. Table tennis paddle keychain USB drive found on the bottom level in the first room on top of the desk. Tethy's camera found on the bottom level in the southeast bedroom, plugged in and powered on. iPad found in the bottom level in the northeast bedroom. Green iPhone found on the person of Paul Ferguson. iPhone 12 Pro Max found on the person of Shanda. iPhone 11 Pro Max found on the bottom level in the first room in the top drawer of the desk located in the southeast corner. Then iPad mini is found in the upstairs bedroom on the bed. Did I finish? Yeah, I already finished that. Sorry, hold on one second, guys. Oh, I'm on mute. I said, let me just take a quick minute and say hi to a couple people here. No, Adam doesn't have charge. Adam died, Avery. Adam ended up dying. I don't know. We read his obituary, or I don't know if I ended up reading online. I read it. But yeah, he ended up dying. So, but no, he wasn't going to be charged because he wasn't there when it started, really. But Paul, yeah, Paul and her are the ones that got charged. She got convicted, found guilty on all charges, and he took like a little deal where he testified in his mom's trial. He pleads guilty, and the prosecutor is giving him like giving the judge recommendations and like a good recommendation. I mean, as good as expected, but like trying to, you know, basically, I don't even know what the terms was. I wish that he would have said what the terms were for, or not the terms. The judge says he doesn't have to follow any terms, but I wish they would have said what the recommendation was, because they never said what the prosecutor recommended for like how long. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue. So it says, upon completing the search warrant, I provided Shonda with a copy of the search warrant. I also attached a copy of the return to this report, forwarded the appropriate copies to the court prosecutor's office. And then he submitted all evidence into the NSPD. So now we have closed by arrest, forensic interview. We scheduled an emergency forensic interview at the CA Council of Muskegon for blank. The interviewer was Rachel McGanhill. Myself and CPS caseworker Chloe Silver were present for the interview. It was determined blank was able to follow the rules of the forensic interviewing protocol. The entire interview was audio and visually recorded and will be on file at NSPD. The following is a summary of the interview. Blank, so that'd be Paul, said his brother Timothy is a bad boy. Timothy is only allowed to eat plain bread, plain wet bread, hot sauce, or hot sauce on bread. Ugh. Dang it. Mama got motion detectors and cameras to stop Timothy from eating and drinking and from sneaking upstairs to get food. Timothy gets punished for sneaking food and water and for talking to blank. His punishments include getting a dose of hot sauce. I'm guessing talking to G, the younger brother, is what I'm guessing that is who they're talking about. But anyway, so yeah, he gets punishments including a dose of hot sauce. He also has to go in timeout. When he is in timeout, his mama gives Timothy a little bit of water, but mama makes him dump most of it out. Timothy stood up and showed us some blank's timeout pose. He faced the wall and put his hands behind his head. He said blank has to do this in his small room. Blank also has to go in his small room for punishment. Well, I guess they're saying that Paul did it, right? Yeah, it must be that Paul stood up and showed us that Timothy's timeout, or their timeout, I suppose, or Timothy's. So he faced the wall, put his hands behind his head. He said Timothy has to do this in his small room. Timothy also has to go in his small room for punishment. Paul said Timothy is not allowed to sleep in his bed anymore because he got into trouble. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. Would you say my lunch is over? We might go home early. If so, maybe I'll catch you again if you're still alive. Have a good day. Oh, thank you. You too. You too. Simple things. What up? Hey, Halo Effect. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. It's so horrible what they did. Oh, wait, they're talking to Gabe? Am I missing this? Oh, are they? Hold on a second. Is this Gabe's interview? Maybe. Hold on. I know they already did one of Paul, but I'm sure they've talked to Paul a couple times because of, when he finally admitted more stuff. This might be. You might be right, Happy Melancholist. I don't know. I was just thinking that since he was so young, but no, I mean, he was 7, smaller. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, it is. You're right. Because look, it says Paul gets really angry. Good. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't realize that. Okay. Well, I didn't get to the per Paul part yet, but that's where I just saw that. But remember, I haven't read this yet. I only read a couple pages, so I'm taking it as I come here. But yeah, I would have probably realized when I got down there. But I'm glad you pointed it out before that. Okay, so this is Gabe, or G, we'll call him. Their younger, 7-year-old brother? Okay. That's crazy though. So he is aware of all of this because you know how she's trying to hide everything from him or whatever, supposedly. But okay, so this is G saying this. So when he is in timeout, his mama gives Timothy a little bit of water, but mama makes him dump most of it out. So it says, he's Timothy, or G stood up and showed us Timothy's timeout pose. He faced the wall and put his hands behind his head. He said Timothy has to do this in his small room. Timothy also has to go in his small room for punishment. G said Timothy is not allowed to sleep in his bed anymore because he got in trouble. Now he sleeps in the small room. G said the small room is downstairs. There are no lights and the roof is diagonal. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a little 7-year-old or older now, but G was describing the small closet room at the bottom of the stairs to the bottom level on the north wall. G said Timothy is only allowed to have his bed in the small room. G also said Mama has put leg and arm cuffs on Timothy before today, and she uses them anytime she wants. G stated Mama is the only one allowed to give Timothy punishments. Paul gets really angry at Timothy, and it scares Timothy, and I don't know who it scares people. But Paul is not in charge unless Mama is at work. I'm wondering, hold on, Paul has to ask Mama permission to give Timothy punishments. G said he thinks some of their punishments made Timothy die. Dude, this poor kid is going to need a lot of therapy. Dang it. Oh, I know. I see that from my niece. It's so crazy. I'll tell my mom, Mom, because she'll say something like, Mom, don't, certain things. And I'm like, she is paying attention to everything. They absorb. They're like little sponges, dude. You don't even think that they're listening. She might be like, oh, you think she's watching her Blippy or playing with her dolls, but yet she absorbed everything we were saying. It's crazy. And I know parents out there, you guys probably don't know that, but remember, I don't have any kids, so like I'm really seeing it from my niece. But because when my nephews were younger, my first two nephews, I was there, until I'm trying to think for a couple of years, and then I moved to Colorado, so I was only seeing them on holidays. So I feel like I missed out on a lot. But I mean, I did see him on holidays and stuff, and I'm trying to think how old they were because my first two nephews were both the same age because one was my sister's and one was my brother's. But I'm trying to think when I moved because I waited an extra month to move to Colorado because I was Hunter's godmother, so I was waiting to baptize them in April. But I'm trying to think how old he was. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. I'm just got off track. But yeah, Teresa, I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, she mentioned it, Avery. So, like, she mentioned, she asked Paul, like, when Paul was there, she was at work. Shonda's like, what if we just, like, poured a couple drops on it, on his private part? Yeah, she freaking said that. And he's like, she's like, says something like, would you do it? And he said no or whatever. But I don't know. It's sick. They are sick. Yes, they are. I'm really, for some reason, I'm really seeing that with my niece. So I don't know if it's necessarily because I was away for my nephews, but I was still there for like the first few years, and then, like I said, on holidays and stuff. But I'm just noticing it a lot more with my niece. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, so where are we at? Where are we at? So G said he thinks some of their punishment made Timothy die. Like this 7-year-old. Well, at the time of the interview, he was older, but I'm pretty sure he was 7 when it happened. Oh no, this would have been right shortly after. So yeah, he probably would have still been 7. I mean, can you just imagine though, like what kind of damage that's going to do? Like not fully understanding what that means and not really understanding the concept of murder, like which he will when he gets older. So like, can you imagine right now not really making sense? Like, wow, these punishments, my mom did these punishments to my brother that made him die, but then like getting older and realizing that my mom is like a murderer, like she murdered my brother, and just coming to terms with that. Can you just imagine? I mean, I can't even put myself in his place. I mean, a lot of us can't because this isn't like a normal thing that, I mean, there's a lot of murders, but for a kid to, have witnessed it, it's not like going to be a common thing on how to like deal with it. And, I can't even imagine. Okay. So where are we at? When asked if he talked to his mama about Timothy dying, he started to say he is not supposed to talk about Timothy dying. He said he does not want to talk about the bad thing with Timothy. He did not want to talk about Timothy and mama, or maybe it's Paul and mama. I don't know what this is right here, but he only wanted to talk about himself and mama. After the interview, we spoke with Blank's grandmother, who brought Blank to the interview. It's probably G, right? I don't know. Yeah. Shoot, the phone's ringing. Hold on. Oh, thanks, Amy. Thanks for coming. I know it's a little early live today. I just had to do it when I was still feeling like I could. But thank you. All right. So she said Timothy used to sneak food, so Shonda set rules that he could only eat when she made him. She makes him 3 meals a day, and that is it. See, that's not true. So she probably, of course, lied to G. He was like, oh, yeah, he gets 3 meals a day when we know he didn't get 3 meals a day. She admitted the meals are very bland. She also said Shonda doesn't always have time to cook for them, so he does, or for Timothy, so he doesn't eat. If Shonda is not home, Paul refuses to make Timothy food. So we know G's the witness of what goes on when Shonda's not home. So, and kids don't lie. I mean, they do, but you know what I'm saying? They don't have like, he wouldn't even know a purpose to be like, oh, I got to say this or I have to say that. So for the most part, they don't lie. I know kids have like, they're storytellers. They can have imaginations and tell stories in that sense. But for something like this, he wouldn't purposely lie because for some kind of motive, or like, oh, I can't do this because I don't want to get her in trouble, or I shouldn't say this. They're just going to like be honest about it, right? So the fact that, she says, okay, so Paul refuses to make Timothy food, which I guess we did know that anyway, but let's see what else he says. Dang, I wish there was more, because that would have been, who knows, there might be some more stuff farther down. So now we have CPS set a safety plan in place for G that stated he is not to have any contact with Shonda or Paul. Tomorrow, Chloe will file a petition to revoke Shonda's parental rights. Yes, good job. Okay. Interview of Shonda. I spoke with Shonda at her home throughout the investigation. The conversation was audio recorded. During the conversation, Shonda denied ever physically assaulting Timothy. Timothy had gone 2 to 3 weeks without eating because he was on a hunger strike. She was not aware of how malnourished he was until last night. I will complete a more detailed report, including the statements made by Shonda after reviewing the audio recording. Interview of Paul. I spoke with Paul at his home throughout the investigation. The conversation was audio recorded. During the conversation, Paul denied ever physically assaulting Timothy or witnessing anyone else assaulting him. He was aware that Timothy was malnourished and explained Timothy's food consumption was restricted. I will complete a more detailed report, including statements made by Paul after reviewing the audio recording. Oh, hold on one second. Okay. I just want to see if I got a something real quick. Where are we at? After? No, I guess I don't. Okay. Shonda's Apple iPhone. The device was supported for advanced logical and file system extractions. Both were completed successfully using Celebrite. The device was supported. This is the same thing. Shonda had the Blue Rams application on her phone, which was the same brand as the camera recovered from the bathroom. I contacted the company via telephone and spoke with a representative. The representative advised the account in question, blank, would be reviewed in the next 24 hours to determine if there was data to preserve. There were no other options to preserve data from the business. Shonda had the Tekken application on her phone, which was the same brand as a camera recovered from her home. I contacted the company via email, requested immediate contact to attempt to preserve any evidentiary data the company may possess. Okay, let's see what we got. CPD records request. We heard the 911 call on the trial. If you guys haven't heard it, I mean, maybe we should do a live this week, another one to go over some of that stuff, like the 911 call and stuff. It's up to you guys. Maybe, I mean, for some of you guys that weren't watching it with me when we went over some of the highlights of the trial and stuff. But we get to hear before the 911 call, we get to hear the conversation of her and Paul talking and trying to revive Timothy. So that was all played and stuff, and we listened to that together. So, I mean, maybe we should this week. It's up to you guys. Oh, thanks, B. Bum Fluff Paranormal. Do you have a channel? Paranormal. Sometimes people's names, it sounds like you might have a channel. Do you have a paranormal channel? I love watching that kind of stuff, like ghost hunter stuff. All right, so let's continue here. So on 7/7 at about 14:56, so it'd be 2:50, almost 3 p.m. hours, I was asked by Sergeant Hoaxima to assist him at blank. So this is going to be the day after he died. He was going to execute a second search warrant at the address. I met him at the home, and Paul Ferguson answered the door when we knocked. Sergeant Hoaxama spoke to Paul, and he agreed to go to the police department to speak with Detective Piesk. I drove to the police department and placed him in the interview room. I asked him if he wanted anything, and he requested a Dr. Pepper. I bought a bottle of Dr. Pepper from a vending machine and gave it to Paul. While at the department, I was asked to transport and lodge Shanda VanderArk in the jail for her CA. Shonda was in the front lobby with her attorney. She was placed in handcuffs with her arms facing forward. I brought her to the squad room where Detective Alm patted her down. And we watched all that in the last live 2 days ago. So, thanks to interrogation. Wait, hold on 1 second. Okay, my nose is itching. Where am I at here? Okay, so we got that. So So at 16:15, I transported Shonda to the county jail for CA, a felony. At about 17:50, I returned to the police department and gave Paul a ride back to his address. And remember, we watched his Facebook live after they basically took his mom on the 12th, which he ended up getting arrested on the 13th. So we watched him the night before. He's like on the couch with his dog, you know. You could tell he's thinking he's good to go. He's not going to get arrested. And then he ends up getting arrested the day after. So it took him about, like a week. Excuse me. Around a week to arrest him too. All right, so we have search warrant evidence. Myself and Sergeant Hoaxama conducted a second search warrant at blank. We collected the following evidence. Zip ties found in the level bathroom. Elijah's extreme regret hot sauce found in the bottom level bathroom. Shower curtain found in the bottom level main room. A section of beige carpet, which we removed from the center of the bottom level main room. Black bedsheet found at the bottom of the stairs to the bottom level. A section of white trim, which we removed from the outside of the closet in the main room of the bottom level. Blue tarp found in the bottom level, main room. A section of carpet, which we removed from the bottom level main room closet. A section of white trim, which we removed from the inside of the closet in the main room of the bottom level. White closet door from the bottom level, main room closet. Closet door jamb, which we removed from the closet in the bottom level main room. The motion sensor that was located on the bottom level closet door had been removed from the door. We could not locate it in the house. Wait, the motion sensor? Oh, so she took it. It looks like she she hid it or got rid of it, because it's saying the motion sensor that was located on the bottom level closet door had been removed from the door, which I remember them pointing out, because the body cams showed the motion detector that showed the stuff everywhere. So like things were able to be removed before they came back and got the stuff, I left a copy of the search warrant and the search warrant on the box freezer in the kitchen. I attached the search warrant to this report. I also forwarded copies to the court and prosecutor's office. All the property was brought to NSPD and placed into evidence. All right, July 7th, 2022, based upon developments of the investigation. What page am I on? Hold on, I want to see something real quick. 31, okay. Based upon developments of the investigation, Detective Piesk and I had a meeting with several Muskegon County prosecutors. It was determined that another search warrant would be drafted and executed at the home to obtain additional evidence. I worked with APA Gilmore as she drafted a new affidavit, which I reviewed and signed as the affiant. The affidavit was sworn to be before Magistrate Berry, and he authorized the search warrant. At approximately 3:15 p.m., Detective Trombley, Officer Stefanich, and I returned to their house to execute the search warrant. We contacted Paul Ferguson at the front door and explained the situation to him. I provided the search warrant to Paul for his review. Paul was asked to accompany Officer Stefanich to the police department to speak with Detective Piesk. Paul was cooperative and accepted a ride with Officer Stefanich to the PD. And this is the day where we watched that interview on the last live. It was this. They took him and it was July 7th. So we watched that. It's like I'm losing my voice. Anyway, Detective Trombley and I executed the search warrant within the home. See Detective Trombley's supplement regarding the evidence collected. Numerous photos were taken during the process. Information, 7/7/2022 at 8:30 a.m. I observed the autopsy of Timothy at the Homer Stryker MD School of Medicine. The medical examination was conducted by Dr. Joyce DeJong. D-O. Observation and preliminary autopsy findings. Body was disrobed on the examination table. I observed severe indications of malnutrition. Timothy's body was gaunt and severely emaciated. Timothy's bones were protruding from his skin, and there was severe contusions from these areas. I observed a prominent contusion to his left ankle. I observed a multiple contusion to his legs, arms, face, torso, and backside. Man. His weight was approximately 69 pounds. Height was 68 inches, which was 5'8", 69 pounds. I mean, imagine how skinny that is. The jeans Timothy was wearing were size 30, 32, and were several sizes too large for him. A small subdural brain hemorrhage was located on his brain. Small dark spots were located on his stomach. Dr. DeJong advised these spots are typically associated with hypothermia. Photographs of the autopsy were uploaded to a USB and turned over to me for evidence. So evidence, jeans dark blue, belt black, hooded sweatshirt black, disposable white brief, foreign material from right eye, brown substance from left cheek, a swab, a USB photographs. The evidence collected from the autopsy was documented, attached to the RMS report, and secured in the evidence locker. The swab samples collected to be sent to the lab for testing. The receipt of collected evidence from the autopsy was scanned and attached to the RMS report. Dr. DeJong advised she would be holding his body for an additional day in case she determined additional testing needed to be conducted and to document any additional bruising that may appear. On 7/7/22, Dr. Piesk conducted an interview with Paul. The Detective Piesk advised me that Paul confirmed Shonda had placed Timothy in an ice bath on 7/5 for over 5 hours. This information was relayed to Dr. DeJong for investigative purposes. I also provided DeJong with Timothy's biological father's contact information. Case status open pending final autopsy report. Leap. I filed a leap for Shanda VanderArk for charges of CA. I attached her CCH and the police report to the leap. I put all electronic evidence into a USB drive, which was hand-delivered to the prosecutor's office. Forensic interview report. I received a forensic interview report from Rachel regarding the forensic interview of blank. I attached it to this report. It was also sent to the prosecutor's office. I swore in the presence of Magistrate Berry to the felon complaint against Shonda. I wonder if that's a typo and it's felony. For charges of homicide, open murder, and CA first degree. My nose is itching for some reason. Oh, Interview, Chelsea Calloway. Chelsea is Blank's older half-sister. Wait, older... I'm trying to... They share the same father, Eric Ferguson. Oh, so it's not... It's, so it... Can't talk. Shonda's not the mother then, obviously. It's just the same father. Okay. Chelsea called NSPD requesting to speak with somebody about her brother. Blank older full sister Millie Ferguson was also present with Chelsea, and they spoke with me over speakerphone. They said Shonda had called Nolan Ferguson, her eldest son, and told him Timothy had passed away in his sleep. Nolan then informed the rest of the family. They tried to call Shonda to find out what happened, but at that point her phone had been seized by NSPD, which is why Chelsea and Millie were calling with questions. I answered questions they had to the best of my ability. They also explained to me their family dynamic. Chelsea said her mother, Patricia Ferguson, is Timothy's stepmother. Patricia raised Timothy from the time he was 2 years old up until last May of 2021, when he moved in with Shonda. Chelsea said Timothy is severely autistic, but high-functioning. He could take care of himself, but did not like being touched, talked to, or loud noises. His parents had to put a lock on his closet door because he would go in there and urinate. He did that because he was scared of the bathroom, especially at night. Timothy was unable to understand simple concepts. If you tried to explain to him why he couldn't do something, he wouldn't understand. He would eat excessively, but didn't understand why it would make him sick. To manage these behaviors at home, Timothy was in therapy. His parents received help from psychiatrists and from school. They also had house rules and reward system. There were never any restrictions on Timothy eating or him getting snacks. Patricia went above and beyond for Timothy, really trying to help him. Eric was not in the picture because he worked all the time and would not help Patricia. Near the end of Timothy's time with Patricia, she went to Eric and said she needed help. She was getting overwhelmed and depressed. Eric's solution was to send Timothy to live with Shonda. I then asked Chelsea if there was anything else she thought I should know. She said she doesn't know how involved Paul was in this situation, but he is the biggest bully she has ever met in her life, and he found genuine joy out of tormenting Timothy whenever possible. Wow. She fully believes that if Paul was involved in this, that he was fully complicit on his part. She does not think Paul was forced or coerced. He was questionable before he moved in with Shonda. Paul moved in with them at the same time Timothy did. He moved out when he was 18 and moved in with Shonda. Wait, that's not true, though. Because Paul moved in a year before Timothy. Huh. Because he did not want to be an adult. Oh, it says he moved out when he was 18 and moved in with Shonda because he did not want to be an adult. He wanted everyone to take care of him, and that's what Shonda did. Chelsea said Paul is not autistic. She said they were going to diagnose him as a psychopath, but couldn't because he was underage. Dang it, dude. This is giving me a different view on him now. Wow. Wow. What are you guys thinking of that? What the heck? Chelsea said Eric had a vasectomy. Oh, I hate when that comes up. When he and Shonda were together in Oklahoma. When CPS removed the children from Shonda's custody, Shonda went to Eric and tried to convince him to reverse the vasectomy so they could just have more kids. When Eric denied it, Shonda told her children they better get used to where they were because they were never coming home. To this day, Shonda has never completed her counseling to get her parental rights back in the state of Oklahoma. I asked Chelsea about Shonda's parenting growing up. She said Shonda was not there. She was not an active parent. Nolan took care of all the children. Shonda sat on the couch writing sex books. When Chelsea was blank years old, Shonda gave her a book about how she liked to be spanked as a kid. What? Dude. Yeah, I'm just reading today. I don't have energy. What's up, Jay? I can't. I don't got it in me today. But hey, I'll be drained after this. But dang it, dude. This is like it makes me wonder because we were looking where were we was that last live where they were saying like no, that was just this live. So my God, where she was they were saying that she was inappropriate with her kids. Like hugged him too much and like sexual stuff. Wow, dude. So she's freaking not an active parent. Nolan, the oldest son, takes care of them all. Writing sex books, and I guess one of them was that she liked to be spanked as a kid. Oh my Lord. And then the whole thing with Paul being a psychopath and being a bully. So screw that, dude. No. Now I'm like I said, remember, I go back and forth with Paul. At first I said, dude, life, like, no, he doesn't, he's just as bad. And then I went through his social media and I'm like, okay, maybe, maybe not. I mean, I still wanted him punished, but now I'm going back toward the other side. Like, no, he needs to get like 30 years, maybe. Because I just want to know, was he more like want to do it than what he's saying now? Like, oh, it's my mom. Well, seeing that interview makes me feel like he wasn't scared of her. They asked her, were you scared of her? What do you think if you would have said no to her, what would she have done? He acted like he had no fear of her at all, which, I mean, that still could be a manipulation. It doesn't mean that he didn't. But now that I'm seeing he's a bully and possibly they thought he could be diagnosed as a psychopath, but he was too, when he got of age, dude, that makes me think, yeah, I'm changing my mind on the whole 10 years. I think maybe more, but let's see what else we got here. Hold on one second, okay? Yeah. What? Hold on one second, guys. My mom. Maybe I could play something when I go down there. Let me see. I'll play. Yeah, let's play that hold on one second, guys. Let me remove this. Let me play something because my mom, she got me some pizza and I just want to eat a couple pieces because I'm starting to feel like I haven't eaten in a while. So why don't I play one of those videos that they sent, interrogation files sent me? Those of you that maybe didn't get to see, I'm not going to play it all, but let me play a little bit of it while I go downstairs and get my pizza. And one second. Do you guys want me to play? Like I said, I'll probably only play like 10 minutes of it. Do you want me to play the and then I'll continue reading. Do you want me to play the booking or part of Paul's interview? Or her arrest? Let me see how much, let me see what the we'll do this. I'll play this. This is 13. I might cut it off short, but I'm going to play this while I go get my mom and my pizza. I'll be right back, guys.
From she was concerned about her 20-year-old son.
Oh, okay.
So that's what that was about. So please, take care of yourself. He's a respectful officer. He's assured me he's going to do a medical screening. I know you got medical problems. You have to take good care of yourself. This is a manageable problem. The law says you're presumed innocent. You know that.
Sir.
Okay? So don't assume the worst. Assume the best. Okay? But take care of yourself. I'll be back in touch with you as soon as I can.
Okay.
Okay? I do have to go. I'm heading out of state right now, but I'm back tomorrow.
Okay.
And as soon as I get more concrete information, I'll come see you. Okay?
Thank you.
Good. Please take care of yourself. You got any property you want me to take possession of? Because you can't keep anything in here.
I've got my ID. I mean, I don't.
You should keep that.
Yeah, you should bring that with you.
House keys. Paul doesn't know where another set is.
Pardon?
He doesn't know where another set of keys is.
Okay. Should I give them? You want me to give them to Paul?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, if I take these,
It's just.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'll take them. I'm
Oh,
sure it's okay with
no,
you.
that's fine.
Okay.
I don't think anything's. I didn't bring anything. I was just cold.
Please take care of yourself. You'll be okay.
I'm trying.
Okay? The officer's going to take you back.
I'll bring Bagger. I'll tell you everything that's going on. Or what I've been instructed to do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, you're going to be charged with child abuse right now. I believe it's the first or second degree. So it is a felony. So you won't be able to get out of jail until you see the judge, until the warrant paperwork's down there, okay? Which will probably be tomorrow. All right.
Sorry, I'm just.
No, I'm the bearer of bad news right now.
Thank you.
You know? Yeah, it's been a bad couple days.
Bad 6 months. My husband had a stroke 6 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Nope, you're all right. I do have to handcuff you, but I'll do it in the front.
But if my blood sugar crashes, I need that.
Are you diabetic?
I'm reactive hypoglycemic.
Okay. Do you take medication for that?
No. I have a service dog normally, but I didn't bring him.
Yeah.
For good reason.
All right. I can let you have that all the way up until the jail. But the jail won't let you bring in any kind of food or nothing. So if you want to drink it, you can always drink it now.
Just worried I will keep it to my stomach.
All right.
I haven't been able to keep anything down
Oh.
the last couple of days.
I don't want you puking then if you're going to try to drink it.
I can try. We'll see. I don't know.
All right. So I got my handcuffs on you. I'm going to do it in the front because I don't. You're not going to give me any problems. But we're going to have to go down there.
Strength.
Pardon?
I don't have the strength to do anything. I wouldn't anyway. But did y'all lose an officer?
But I have to cuff you.
Did y'all lose somebody?
Yes, a Detroit officer was killed yesterday.
I'm so sorry.
Yep. Come this way. I need you. I want to see if there's a girl here to check your pockets. You're right. Let's go over and sit down. Relax for a second. Because like I said, I'm the bearer of bad news. I know. Just have a seat for a second. Relax.
Sorry.
I just want to show you my pizza. Doesn't it look good? It's so good. It's from a place called Front Porch Cafe. It's really good. It's got like this balsamic. I've been liking pizza has like a sweet, like that's why I've been, growing up I never liked Hawaiian, but I began to love it when I tried it like a couple years ago. Because I'm liking the sweetness to it. And this has like this balsamic that's like sweet. It's so good. Anyway. All right. I'm gonna...
Trash can.
You were going to take care of that. I'm trying to find something we can afford. Call Select Quote now and get the insurance your family needs at a price you can afford.
In minutes, Select Quote found John a $500,000 policy
I'm sorry.
for $29
Trash
a
can.
month.
Trash can.
His wife Anna provided her
I don't have anything with some. I'm sorry.
You're all right. Do what you got to do.
Best friend, you need life insurance. You can't overpay for it.
Call 800-548-2211 or go to selectquote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
You can afford. Select Quote. We shop. You save. Steps on the beach count just as much as normal. Just lead somewhere.
I'm sorry.
Dark Winds is a must-watch.
Every good gift is a gift from heaven above.
Sunday.
Hey, did you see my message? Hey, I'm in the squad room. Would you be willing to come down here and pat her down? I also need to know what the specific charge is. All right? Thanks. Bye.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. Detective Alm's coming down here. I think here's one of the female detectives that was at the house yesterday.
I don't remember names. I'm sorry.
I almost want to play the other one, guys. A part of the other one. Remember that jail, the guard or whatever? She was freaking awesome. I'm gonna play a part of that. 1 second. And then just a part because I'm pretty much done with what I'm gonna eat right now. Wait, this was the booking or the arrest? Hold on a second. Oh, I did the wrong one. Let's play. I don't think. Yeah, let's play the part of this one.
What'd you do with your?
Fell behind me.
Oh.
Or leave it there. What do I do with it?
Yeah, I just gotta throw it away somewhere. It's, you can leave it there. That's fine.
Sorry.
Oh, you're right. I just wanted to give you the chance to, if you wanted to drink it or not.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Not from all the gagging. Alright, just hang tight for a second. They're good. I wouldn't advise it not here. This is not a clean place. Right here that was.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just don't have much.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna take your temperature. This is touchless, so 96.5.
I usually run 97 even, so.
Really? That's a little bit lower than normal. That's most.
I don't know.
Bet you a lot of people ask, like, what the?
Yeah, when they see 98.6, they think, oh, that's good. I'm like, no, it's not.
I got your ID here.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all right. All right, I'm gonna take them cuffs off. You gotta put everything in this bag here, including all your jewelry.
All I've got stuff.
Pardon?
All I've got stuff.
Okay,
Okay, I'm lightheaded. I'm sorry.
that's
Oh.
right. Take these off. Can you just sit? Huh? Can you just sit while you sit?
I'm trying not to. Oh my gosh.
You have a shirt on underneath there? You have to take your sweatshirt off, but you get to keep it. It just makes it easier to search you.
Okay, but I get to keep it.
Yes.
Okay,
You probably won't be able to keep the headband though.
that's fine. That's fine.
They usually make.
What about the scrunchie?
Probably not. Anything that you might be able to hurt yourself with, they take automatically.
You're gonna hurt yourself with the scrunchie.
Yeah, I know. Belts and stuff like that, shoelaces. All right. Oh, what kind of shoes you got?
They're basics.
All right. I'll have to take them in a little bit here, but I like to have them keep it on you as long as possible. So it's because the floor's cold.
And it's cold in here.
Yep, that's why it's actually good. It's good that you got the sweatshirt. Looks like she's already coming. So go ahead and slip your shoes off there.
Socks too, or just shoes?
Just shoes. You get to keep your socks.
Thank God.
Yep.
Hey, hey, hey.
Howdy, howdy.
What's going on?
Long time no see you.
I know, right?
I try not to come here.
I know, right? I need you to take a headband off for me too as well.
She has a scrunchie also.
Yep, they gotta come out this way.
Sorry.
There's something wrong with you?
She's feeling a little lightheaded.
No, my stomach's really upset.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Alright. VanderArk, do you have any other last names?
What my maiden name?
What's your maiden name?
Ramsey.
You do drugs?
No. I haven't been able to keep anything down since yesterday.
She's had a rough 2 days.
Okay.
Her 15-year-old son died yesterday, and she's charged with child abuse.
Okay.
So she has a lot of medical problems, but she really doesn't take any medication. But she does need
Any mental health issues at all? ADHD?
ADHD,
OCD.
OCD, and
OCD
sensory.
just means she's putting one spot over and over again, they say.
Sometimes.
That's actually one form, it's not the form.
I know what OCD is.
She does have, she says, allergy-induced asthma, so she can't wear masks.
I had a doctor's note, I didn't bring it with me, I didn't know.
I hate to tell you this is not school. Doctor notes do not work. We have our own doctors and they will deal with you on that.
And then she does have asthma, so she might need albuterol as an emergency,
Do you have a prescription for albuterol?
Ventolin, albuterol, yeah.
You can place your hands up there. This is going to be harmless. Spread your legs. Spread your legs further.
I'm sorry.
Just like the hands, there you go. There's pictures on the wall for you, my dear.
I'm not.
That's all right.
I'm not ready for
You've never done this before, so
uncomfortable. Yeah, it's more comfortable. I don't have much to hold in.
Ready to put up?
Can I put it down?
When I get done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you put your leg down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ready to put up? You take your hands down. You can open your mouth and see your tongue. Lift your tongue.
I took her temperature. It's 96.
I saw that.
Oh, sweet. I didn't know if we started doing that or not.
What?
Temperature.
Yep. You could grab your shoes.
I kind of made a mess of the booking sheet, but I fixed it. I just put stuff in the wrong spot.
First, second, third, fourth.
They just said the felony, which would be first, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked specifically, I said, what charge? And they said child abuse. I'm like, there's like a whole bunch of them. So.
All right.
Go ahead, follow her.
You can grab some shoes.
Okay. 1 second. I love that lady. Yeah, she's awesome. Okay. Now I'm nice and full. Let's finish this report. Yeah, I love that. That lady is on it. Dude, this is very interesting though, this report. Dang it. Finding out a lot of stuff. Okay, so right now we're talking, we're starting a new one. So now this is, excuse me. I spoke to a subject named Nicole Nemsek over the phone. She wanted to report some information that she had in regards to this case. Nicole informed me that she worked with Shonda at the Newaygo County Courts. She explained that she had numerous problems with Shonda because she was not professional while she was working. Nicole had observed that Shonda was always on her phone or laptop while she was supposed to be doing her work while court was in session. Wow. It appeared to her at the time that Shonda was doing too much personal business on her cell phone and when she was supposed to be working. Nicole wanted to report that she had only been told by a coworker that Shonda had been on her phone because she was monitoring her children who were at home through a camera surveillance system that was connected to her phone. The coworker also explained to Nicole that he or she had overheard Shonda yelling at her children over the phone whenever she saw them leaving their room. Nicole pointed out that this would occur in the middle of the day. I asked Nicole to provide me with the name of the coworker that she had given her the information about Shonda yelling at her children for leaving the rooms. She told me that the coworker did not want his or her name mentioned. Nicole would not give me the name of the coworker for that reason. Wow. I received a phone call from Keith Brown regarding information pertaining to Shonda and her 4 children. Keith advised he attended Cooley Law School with Shonda between 2018 and 2019. Keith advised he did not know Shonda well, but recalled Shonda was mean and would bully other students. Keith advised Shonda was declined a position as a student mentor based on her negative attitude toward other students. Keith advised he recalls other students talking about Shonda's extreme religious and political views. Keith also advised there would be arguments within the school about Shonda's use of her service dog. Keith advised he and other colleagues became curious after learning of Shonda's arrest and located an article from Washington Post talking about relevant punishments. The article mentions Falwell's, presumably Jerry Falwell, founder of Liberty University, where Shonda did her undergraduate studies, the article mentions the use of hot sauce as a tool for punishing children that misbehave. The article was posted on August 1st, 2004. Oh, thanks for joining, Teresa. So maybe it was her idea, not Paul's. I mean, if she blamed it on Paul that it was his idea, and we did a poll. I did a poll last live asking if you guys thought it was his idea or hers. So maybe it was her idea. As far as, I mean, I know it's her idea of like punishing, but like what to punish, how to do it. Huh, okay. But now I'm starting to, change back my opinion on Paul. Like, I'm almost thinking he should be held accountable like she is, as far as maybe he should get the full, what she gets too. I don't know. Let's see. Keith advised a former law school classmate who did not wish to be identified also located a blog post on celiac.com from a subject whose profile name was blank. This subject stated that she and her 4 children were celiacs and was aggressively disputing a post from another blogger. This post was created on 3/17/2008. According to the anonymous resource, blank is the same username Shonda used on Instagram. Wow. On Instagram, Cash App, and 2 Twitter accounts. Keith sent me the links for the Instagram and Twitter account, and I was able to verify the correlation between blank and Shonda. So they're thinking that was, that's who they were arguing with. When questioned about health and medical history, Shonda does not state blank or any other family members were diagnosed with celiac disease or gluten intolerances. I advised Keith I would document his statements and contact him if I had additional questions. Wow. So that was 7/11. It's only like 5 days after Timothy died. Okay. I mean, as far as the interview when he called. Okay, so I received a phone call from Jean Ellen Shelley regarding information on blank. Jean advised she was blank's 6th and 7th grade special education teacher in Oklahoma City. Jean advised blank was a sweet boy who craved attention. I'm guessing she's talking about Timothy, right? Jean advised she and other staff within the school were concerned about blank's well-being and had contact DHS in Oklahoma more than once. Jean told me she and other staff suspected neglective behavior in blank's home. Jean advised staff within the special education program would have to have blank take showers several times a week at school and provide him with clean clothes. Wow. Huh. Jean advised she was told that DHS in Oklahoma had investigated a SA case involving Paul and blank. So it was Paul? Because remember they said 2 children. There was an SA case involving 2 of their children. They never named which 2, but this one's saying Paul. I mean, it makes sense now. Paul and blank. When blank was in elementary school. I don't know. I'm thinking they mean Timothy, but I don't know. That's just, I don't know. They're all the blanks, they're redacting all the names. So I'm thinking that's Paul and Timothy. Paul was not have contact with blank as he was the alleged offender. Wow. I mean, you guys see what this is saying. So this is an SA case where Paul is the offender, and I think Timothy's the victim. I have it blanked. It was one of his siblings. And I mean, you would think it was probably a younger sibling, so it has to either be Timothy or G. And I'm guessing it's Timothy. Wow. Ugh. My opinion on Paul is slowly going down, like 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, maybe life for you, Paul, because you might be a repeater. I might have been so wrong about him, guys. I was like, I don't think he'll be a repeat offender. Now reading this, I think he would. I think he freaking would. Anyway, so he was not to have any contact with, probably, I'm guessing, Timothy, right? So he's not even supposed to have contact with him, and he's living with him. Oh, cool, Teresa. Yeah, this is crazy, dude. Dang it. Jean advised blank never came to school with any signs of physical abuse. Jean advised blank would act out in school, but was never aggressive or violent. Jean told me she believes blank would act out for the purpose of receiving attention from someone who cared. So I'm guessing this is all Timothy right here. So Jean advised on occasion Timothy would have bladder accidents in school and would be provided a pull-up. Timothy never came to school wearing any type of pull-up or absorbent brief. Jean advised when she expressed concerns to Timothy's stepmother, Trish told her Timothy had a tendency to wet the bed, steal, and hoard food. So wait, let's back up here. So when he was coming to school where they had to shower him and give him clean clothes, he was living with his dad and stepmom at the time. You know what I'm saying? Because this is this teacher talking about him at the school. Well, yeah, because we know that because when Timothy went to go stay with Shonda, she homeschooled him. He never even went to school. So that means even staying with his dad, he needed showers, he needed clean clothes. Anyway, Jean stated she suggests counseling within the school called Positive Changes, but Trish declined. Jean advised Timothy was mentally and physically capable to attend public schools and questioned why Shonda's homeschooled Timothy in Michigan. Jean advised she never met or had contact with Shonda. I advised Jean to contact me if she had any additional information pertaining to Timothy. July 11th, I generated a leap warrant request on Paul for murder, CA first. I obtained a CCH for prosecutor review. So July 11th is when he got a warrant for Paul for murder, or requested a warrant. And then we know that they arrested him on the 13th, right? I made contact with Neil Hoekstra at NSPD as he requested to speak with the detective regarding Paul Ferguson. Neil advised he resides at blank. Neil advised he had never seen blank or blank outside the residence, nor did have any interaction with Shonda. Wait, I made contact with Neil. Okay. Neil advised Shonda and her family moved into the residence about 2 years ago. Does it say? Huh. Neil advised he had one interaction with Paul that he could recall. Neil advised Paul seemed weird and did not have any borders. Neil advised when he and neighbor were outside talking, Paul walked up to them and took the puppy the neighbor was holding out of her hands without asking. Neil told me he and other neighbors were concerned about Paul and questioned if Paul is mentally capable of being at the residence alone. I assured Neil that Paul was deemed capable to be alone in the home by APS. I advised Paul to contact NSPD with any additional information or concerns. I spoke with Leah McBride via text regarding blank. Leah advised she was the school psychologist at Edmond Santa Fe High School in Oklahoma, where Timothy was a freshman. Would that be Timothy in 2021? Yeah, because he would have been a freshman. Yep. Timothy was a freshman in 2021. Leah advised Timothy was in special education and had ADHD, as well as autism. Leah advised Timothy was doing well in school and had only seen him one time while he was attending high school. Leah advised Timothy's teachers did not complain about him and advised he was manageable in the classroom. Leah told me Timothy did not show any signs of physical abuse, but advised all the kids in the household showed signs of mental trauma. Leah advised she knew Shonda had her parental rights revoked in 2012 and surprised to learn Timothy was moving in with her Leah advised Eric and Trish Ferguson were in a hurry to remove Timothy from their home and would not let him finish out the school year at the end of May. Leah advised in May of 2021, Timothy appeared to be a normal weight. Leah advised she would contact me if she had any additional information. I spoke with Timothy's ninth grade teacher from Edmonds Santa Fe High School, Nancy Diaz. Nancy advised Timothy was a freshman in 2021 and was enrolled in the IAP. Nancy advised Timothy had extreme ADHD and was autistic, but was doing well in school and attended regular classes. Nancy advised Timothy was caring, cooperative, smart, and always wanted to help others. Nancy advised Trish would confide in the issues they had with Timothy, but Nancy never noticed behavior issues in school with Timothy. Nancy told me she offered Trish advice on how to address negative behaviors, but Trish would say they had already tried everything and didn't know what to do with him. Nancy advised she had a feeling Timothy was the black sheep of the family and school was his safe place. Nancy advised Timothy came to her in May saying his mom and dad needed his paperwork as he was moving to Michigan to live with his mother, Shanda. Nancy advised she did not even know Shonda existed or was alive. Nancy advised Timothy was removed from school 2 days before the end of the school year. Nancy told me in May of 2021, Timothy appeared to be a healthy weight. I spoke to Laura Williamson via text regarding Timothy. Laura told me she had been friends with Eric and Trish until 2014. In 2014, the friendship had fallen out, and Laura lost touch with Eric and Trish. Laura advised Eric and Trish did not believe in mental health treatment for any of the kids, nor did Eric believe the kids had any mental issues. Laura advised the last time she saw Timothy was in 2014, and he appeared to be of normal weight. But then what the heck? We heard Shonda say that they both came with like a bag full of pills, that they were on stuff. I'm confused. Were they in some kind of treatment? Or no? It sounded like they were, unless if it was all like physical stuff and it wasn't anything for mental health. I don't know. I was under the impression it was, though. I spoke to Debbie Sisk via text as she requested I contact her regarding Timothy. Debbie advised she was friends with Trish, but had lost touch with her as of 2014. Wonder what was up in 2014. Everybody's losing touch with him in 2014. Debbie advised Trish reached out to her via text on 7/8 to talk to her. So this would have been 2 days after he died. Debbie said she thinks Trish reached out to her for advice as Debbie used to work for a bail bond in Oklahoma. Debbie sent Trish a text stating she would not be surprised if Eric was charged with something, as he knew Shonda was not supposed to have contact with Timothy. Man, remember we were talking about that, if he was going to be charged? Because if he knew that she wasn't supposed to have contact, yet he sent his minor kid to her. Trish responded by saying, and Paul for participating. Trish's text stated that if Shonda told Paul not to feed Timothy, Paul would not feed him. If Shonda told Paul to lock Timothy in a closet, Paul would lock Timothy in the closet. Debbie told me before Timothy went to live with Shonda in Michigan, Trish told Eric she needed help with Timothy shortly after that. Timothy was sent to Michigan. Debbie sent me a screenshot of text messages between her and Trish, which are attached to the RMS report. I interview Paul Ferguson. So now we saw his interview from the 7th. Now this is the 8th, so this would be a day after that video interview that we watched on the last live. It says, I spoke with Paul Ferguson on 7/8 in the interview room at the Norton Shores Police Department. The interview was audio and video recording. Paul was transported to the Norton Shores Police Department during the execution of a search warrant at his home. I read Paul's Miranda rights prior to questioning him. The following are short summaries of statements made by Paul during the interview. For additional details, please review the interview recording Timothy was forced to sleep in the basement closet with an alarm clock on the door. Timothy was forced to take cold ice baths as punishing for stealing food or disobedience. He was placed in handcuffs and or shackles to restrict his movement. He was only allowed to eat bread or bread with hot sauce for approximately the last month. Hot sauce was used as a punishment for stealing food or disobedience. He was forced to stand with his hands on his head as a punishment. Paul sent 2 photos of Timothy to Shonda on June 13th that showed how malnourished he was. Paul knew Timothy was malnourished and needed more food. Sorry. Where are we at? So, hold on. He was used as punishment. We got that. Okay, so he sent the 2 photos. Paul knew he was malnourished and needed more food. Paul used zip ties to restrict Timothy's hand movement on more than one occasion. Paul and Shonda administered ice baths to Timothy. Shonda told Paul to lie to investigators about where Timothy was found deceased at. Paul lied and told investigators that Timothy had been sleeping on his bunk bed. Timothy was actually found deceased in his room, which was a small closet with only a tarp on the floor. Paul and Shonda dragged Timothy out of the closet. Timothy had on a sweatshirt and a diaper. They put pants on him after finding him deceased. Shonda monitored the home via camera system. Paul and Shonda used their cell phones to text back and forth about feeding and punishing Timothy. Paul hit Timothy several times on the head, including the face, with an open hand. Paul dropped Timothy while moving him, and Timothy hit his head. He thought it was the back of Timothy's head that hit the floor. He regrets how Timothy was treated, but thought his mother knew what was best. He and his mother were doing what was in Timothy's best interest. He and his mother both loved Timothy. He felt guilty and knew he could have done something to help Timothy. The punishments, including only bread, hot sauce, ice baths, handcuffs, and shackles, were all Shonda's ideas. He knew his actions were wrong and would accept punishment for them. LaView data preservation. Shonda had the LaView application on her phone, which was the same brand as a camera recovered from her home. I contacted the company via email and requested immediate contact to attempt to preserve any evidentiary data the company may possess. Open pending further investigation. Home search on 7/6. I observed Shonda on her Apple iPhone using what appeared to be a home surveillance application. I could not determine the specific application. I asked Shonda if she would be willing to provide consent to search the home. She denied consent. A short time later, I explained to Shonda that we would be obtaining a search warrant for the home. I asked her to turn over her cell phone to preserve evidence that could be located on the device. I asked Paul to turn over his cell phone to preserve evidence that could be located on the device. Originally, Shonda chose not to provide her passcode to the device, but I had observed her entering it. She confirmed the code to me. Paul chose not to provide his passcode. Both phones were placed into airplane mode. Shonda was allowed to access her phone to obtain phone numbers from the device. I monitored her whenever she had access to the phone. Paul's passcode was later provided by Shonda. The home was secured to preserve evidence while Detective Sergeant Hoaxima obtained a search warrant. I know, it is, Teresa. It's disgusting. Hey, Jane's Addiction, thank you. Hey, M. Trance. I mean, I think it's both of them. I do think, he is, but I do think he was an adult and he has to be held accountable. He doesn't get a pass. Maybe he gets not as long as her, but he needs to be punished because he's an adult, and I know she manipulated him, but he also made that choice. So, but no, I do agree that he was a victim of her, and it sounds like his dad too. It sounds like even there it wasn't the best. for the kids. And like the teacher saying that it looks like all the kids had some kind of trauma. So I do think that's gonna, definitely influence a kid. You know what I'm saying? So he is a victim, but he also is a perpetrator too. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to be punished too. But yeah, the fact that he has CA charges or SA charges against his brother, that's gross. I mean, that's like, I know he learned it from somewhere, probably Shonda, from what I'm seeing. And I know, a lot of people repeat the cycle, but it's not an excuse. And yeah, we could learn to understand why he did that, but he needs to be punished for what he did. You know what I'm saying? We're understanding, but it doesn't mean that he should get away with it. You know what I'm saying? He still needs to be punished, but we can understand we could partly understand where it came from. We're never going to fully be able to understand this kind of behavior, but you could tell the story and put the pieces together, and that's definitely a part of his puzzle that is definitely played a toll in this whole thing. But he still needs to do a time, and now I'm worried he might repeat. He could repeat offend, and that's scary because he might be the type that would. I don't know. Hopefully he gets some help and he doesn't. Anyway, interview of Shonda. The following are summaries of statements made by Shonda while at her home on 7/6. I explained to Shonda that she was not under arrest or in custody. Blank was diagnosed bipolar. I'm guessing Timothy, right? He would eat when he was bored, and that's why there were locks on the food. Timothy did not have a key to the food, but the pantry was not locked. He turned blank in August. Husband Adam had a stroke on January 3rd. Adam hasn't been home since. It wasn't long after January 3rd that Timothy went on his hunger strike. It lasted 18 to 19 days. She threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. He began eating again. Adam had a seizure on June 8th. It is the only thing she could think of that could have caused it. She didn't realize until today that Timothy hadn't been on his devices. He wouldn't let her touch him. He wears baggy clothes. She didn't realize how bad he had gotten. She realized last night and threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. He asked for toast with butter on it. She watched him eat a couple of bites and walked away. He said he was done and went downstairs. He wouldn't come upstairs when she said goodnight. She walked down to the last couple stairs and asked for a hug and kiss. He said mama in a manner indicating he did not want to. Paul came home around 2 a.m. and heard him snoring. So she's saying, because you remember how Paul said he heard Timothy snoring, which I think is a crap, and I think that's a lie. Wait, what? Can you fix the focus on image? What do you mean the focus on image? Yeah, I read comments, but when I'm reading, people get annoyed when I stop and like talk too much when I'm trying to read like a document. I get crap for, can you just read it? Why do you got to stop? And when I don't stop if I don't stop enough, then people get mad at me and say, you don't read comments. I can't win. So I'm trying to find a nice balance. I have stopped a few times to read comments, but I would never be able to read this thing if I stopped all the time. So I'm trying to find a nice balance. And yes, I do. I read them when I can. I'm the only one here. I'm reading this. How am I supposed to read comments and this at the same time? What image are you trying to look at, though? I don't know what image. I'm confused. I don't mean to get smart with you, but it's like when I do it too much, I get crap. People are like, can you just read it? We just want to hear it. We don't want to hear you ramble on. But then when I don't, then of course I have to get somebody saying that. So it's hard to make everybody happy. It really is. But what do you need? I don't know. I don't understand what you're talking about. There's no image. I don't know. I can't do any. I mean, what do you want me to do? I have it zoomed in as much as it will without cutting it off. You're saying you can't read it? I can't make it any bigger because it's going to cut it off. This is the most I could zoom before it cuts off the thing, though. I can't. I'm sorry. I mean, what else? There's nothing else I could do. This isn't on a camera. It's me sharing my screen. Can you change your go into the Google on the bottom where it says the resolution. Make sure it's on the highest resolution. Because sometimes it goes off. Like go down to, you know what I'm talking about? Where if you go to the, hold on, let me see. If you go to settings, go to quality and make sure you have it on the highest quality, 720. Because a lot of times it gets off. I have to switch mine sometimes. It'll get off. I have it on auto, and most of the time it's good, but sometimes I have to go in and make sure it's on the highest one. But besides that, there's really nothing I can do to change the share the screen. It's not like it's on a camera that's focusing. That's not what it is. It's a screen. It's like my computer screen. So I don't know. The one you were reading before this one. Yeah, that's not on me. That must just be, I have no control over that. Like, will you go check your resolution though real quick? Yeah, that's not anything. Now look, see, now that I'm talking, I'm losing people. Telling you, people don't like, it's hard to keep everybody happy, but all right, let me continue here. Where are we at? So Paul came home around 2 a.m. and heard him snoring. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. She said his name, but he did not respond. She put her hand on his chest and he was not breathing. She remembered her 20-year-old son Paul helping her get him off the bed. She did an internship with Judge Smedley in Muskegon County. The house was messy from being busy and having a blank and 20-year-old. The 20-year-old can be aggressive. The blank-year-old has a tablet, but he has not been on it in the last few weeks. He brought it to her to charge and hadn't asked for it back. Timothy had not been seen at the doctor since he came to Michigan. Wow, now they forgot to read that. That's weird. Timothy was not on any medication. No, but I am sorry, Smile Love. I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not feeling good. I'm trying to read through this, and I just do. I do get a lot of people when I stop too much. When I'm reading something like that, I get more complaints. But of course, then I get some people like when I don't respond. But I feel like I'm stopping every few pages and saying hi to people and stuff. So that's as much as I could do. I wish I was two people. I wish I could have somebody reading the chat, being in the chat, and somebody reading this. But I'd have to be like have a superhero to be able to read both at the same time. But I know you weren't, but sometimes I do have it, so I snapped. I'm sorry. I apologize. So I feel bad. But sometimes I do have people doing it to be rude, so it's just sorry. I do apologize. That was my fault. But it's not my settings either though. I agree that it might have been something, when you're live streaming, sometimes it gets blurry. It's something through YouTube, but that has nothing to do with me because I haven't changed anything, is what I'm trying to say. That's just must have been a glitch or something where, sometimes you're live streaming and it gets blurry. Actually, let me see. I have my live stream pulled up. Let me see if it was on my side. Just out of curiosity, I'll see. How long ago did you say? Mine is coming up clear, to be honest. Could just be like bad service when I'm scrolling, but then when I stop scrolling, you can see it. When you're scrolling, it has like a what is that called? Like we used to call it when you're triple like tracers, but it has like a like where it I don't even know the word for it as I'm scrolling, but when I stop, it's fine. Yeah, it's just when I scroll, it's that, but that makes sense to me why it would do that. But I'm stopping. When I stop, you'll be able to read it every time I scroll, and I'm stopping under the important parts that we're reading. You know what I'm saying? So I think if you go back, you'll be able to see. Just let it stop and then pause it if I don't stop long enough. And you could read it fine. Unless if you're getting bad service. Yeah, because I went back, like, I'm already back 11 minutes and it's fine. All right, let's continue here. Just pause it, though, at the page you want to read. And you should be okay. But I see what you're saying when you're scrolling, but that's because you're moving. It's moving, you know? All right, let me continue here. Yeah, did somebody share my email? Aw. Hey, Halo. Yeah, my email is in the description. If somebody want to, I don't even know if I have any mods here. Oh, Wolfpack, she's got it. There we go. Did you see my email? All right. Where are we at? So yeah, he hasn't asked for his iPad. Well, he hasn't had energy, or when would he have had time to use it? You know what I'm saying? He has no energy to be able to even be on an iPad because you freaking starving him. Anyway, so it says he has not been on any, or he had not seen a doctor since he came to Michigan. He was not on any medication. She has ADHD and central processing issues. Her mother-in-law had not been to the house since her husband had a stroke. Her house was just cleaned up on Saturday. Wait a minute, if that's what's just cleaned up, wow. She was not willing to come to the police department to be interviewed without her father-in-law with her. He is an attorney. She passed the bar on her first try. She got a 182 on the bar out of 200. Brag much? She would like to do appellate level criminal prosecution. Timothy would lie about anything. He would leave the freezer and fridge open and waste food inside. See, look, I just lost a bunch of people now going, I need to, I don't want to ignore chat, but it's not good to like get into that. Like, I'm sorry, because then I go off on a tangent and then people just leave. He got bored doing work and busted his desk. It's called having a freaking adult around. So he gets in the fridge or freezer, just make sure it's shut. Go shut it. Most of them have a little thing that makes a noise, you know? He got bored during schoolwork and busted his desk. She heard Timothy and Paul get into it shouting matches, but never physical fights. She's kicking herself for not noticing sooner. Lately, he has been curling up on his bed for most of the day. He's been reading books. He'll tell himself stories. Wait, what? Yeah. No, I am sensitive, yeah. Definitely is sensitive. But I always just screw up and I like answer and then I ramble on and then people just leave. So that's why I just try to focus and I got thrown off again. I don't think I'll ever learn. I don't know. Where am I at? He didn't seem down. Okay, he'll tell himself. Wait, where are we? Kicking herself for not noticing. Lately, he has been curling up on his bed for most of the day. He's been reading books. He'll tell himself stories. He didn't seem down. He seemed chipper whenever she saw him. She usually saw him multiple times per day. She had a limit to his time on devices. She should have noticed he wasn't using the device. As a parent, how did she miss this? When he was stealing food last summer, Paul found a bunch of wrappers under the sink. He would hide wrappers behind his bed and under the mattress. He would take apart batteries. He was living with dad and stepmom for most of his life. Yeah, I don't know, Teresa. Come back, guys. Everybody that left, come back. I promise I'm just gonna finish this. I hate that I just did that and chased people away again. Okay, Shonda last lived with him when he was about 3. This is the page. This is a really interesting page too. Shonda did not talk with her very much in the 10 years she was not living with him. So she last, because remember, we were trying to figure all this out. Like, we were going through things. We wanted to know these details. So she last lived with him when he was 3. She did not talk with her very much in the 10 years she was not living with him. She got text messages from his dad. He said Timothy needed to move up with Shonda. Timothy moved in with Shonda on May 30th, 2021. It was first discovered he was stealing food in August 2021. He would lie about doing things he was asked to do, including chores. Her husband had a stroke January 3rd, 2022. She was okay with probably Timothy staying home alone. At times, Timothy would stay home with him. Or, I don't know. One's Paul, Timothy, I don't know, who knows. Or maybe G and Timothy. Yeah, it was probably Timothy staying home alone, and then at times G would stay home with him. She felt overwhelmed, busy, lonely with her current state. Someone must think I'm Superwoman, but I'm not, pointing up toward heaven. What? So she just pointed up, like someone must think I'm Superwoman, but I'm not. Like talking about God or something? After Adam's stroke on June 8th, Timothy started taking advantage of her. Timothy stated he was on a hunger strike for two weeks ago. Timothy told her he was not hungry and wasn't going to eat. He was zombified by meds when he first came to Michigan. But wait, I thought he was never diagnosed with any mental things. I'm sorry, I mean, I guess all those could be like something physically wrong, but I don't think so. I'm under the impression that some of those meds were for what he has mentally going on. But, he was never diagnosed or didn't get medical help? I mean, I'm so confused by that because you're saying he was on a ton of meds. She took him off all those medications. He only took Benadryl before bed each night. He didn't seem depressed. She did not know of him eating anything in the last couple weeks. And you let him go, not eating anything, knowing he has some mental, you know what I'm saying? Like he might need, well, we know that she was keeping it from him, but I'm saying like, what's your excuse? You don't know if he's eating in 2 weeks, in a couple weeks? Paul and Timothy did not see him eat either, or Paul and G did not see him eat either. With blank, you get the truth. I'm guessing G maybe, you get the truth. The locks on the fridge were to prevent Timothy from wasting food. The locks were for Timothy specifically. If Timothy wanted something out of the fridge, she gave him the key. Liar. He was a little chunky when he first moved to Michigan. The food strike in January lasted 18 to 19 days. She threatened to take him to the ER and it stopped. He had been wearing baggy clothes. He would not give her a hug because he was a teenager. He would be pictures of the other children since January, but not of Timothy. There would be, I'm sure, but not of Timothy. Wait, there'd be pictures of the other children since January, but not of Timothy? He gained weight back since then. She did not notice any difference in him in the last 2 to 3 days. He had been keeping his hood up, so she didn't notice. So she noticed last night that his face was different. She didn't take him into the doctor because they have done this before. She saw him eat a couple bites of toast. The shackles were for Paul because he was testing something for a TikTok video. Are you kidding me? Wow. Oh, I know. And I got a copyright for playing it. Her channel, we tried to watch it and I got copyrighted for it. Like a copyright where they freaking just, while I was live streaming it, they freaking took it down and took my video and everything. Or wait, no, they didn't take my video. They took it down, but the video is still there. I lied. They just took it down. You know those ones where they just take down your video? That was the policy violation. They took my, like how they do with the strike. Well, they take it and you have no access to it. But this one, they just took it down. She had a key to the shackles in case someone got stuck in them. So she's saying Paul had the shackles for his TikTok video, okay? There was an alarm on the basement closet because there was some sewing stuff stored in it. It had been moved out. The cameras were in the home because Timothy would strip down, or G would strip down naked and wander around. He quit doing it, but she had them up just in case. The cameras are two-way audio and were used to see what he was doing. And we saw Adam saying that wasn't even true. He said that he didn't take his clothes and wander or go around the house. That's what he said in the interview. So what the heck? The cameras are two-way audio and were used to see what he was doing. You communicate via the apps on her phone. She had motion sensors to prevent Timothy from getting into the garage. She had no idea what the bruises were from on his body. He was stumbling around last night and fell. She never hit the child. He fell out of bed. He fell out of bed about every 10 days. He told her he just rolled out of bed. She noticed scratches on him but did not know what they were from. He said the scratches were from falling out of bed. They looked fairly fresh to her. She was not sure what time he fell out of bed in that night, but knew it ended with 30. She originally stated it was 5:30 a.m., but was told that was not possible because Timothy was already deceased at that time. She thought he was in trouble. She would have never left him home alone. She purchased the shackles on her Amazon account a few months ago. She never saw what Paul did with them. It wasn't on a person, but it was on Legos. The hot sauce in the downstairs bathroom was for food. Timothy liked spicy food. She wasn't sure why it was in the bathroom downstairs. It was upstairs on the counter the last time she saw it. I couldn't force him to eat. She kept food he liked and cooked stuff he liked. She didn't see how bad it was. She saw today how bad it was. She had been second-guessing herself over and over. She couldn't force anything. He said he wasn't getting in the car to go to the doctor in January. She couldn't force him to go because he was bigger than her. She then said he was bigger than me. He was not treated differently than the other two boys. Yeah, that's a big lie. Yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. Whew. What's going on? Okay, so hold on a second. Okay, sorry, guys. Man, I'm sorry I had to do something. Okay, so where are we at? We're almost done with this, I hope. I should have tried to play a video when I went down, sorry. Okay, so he was not treated. Oh, where are we at? He was not treated differently than the other boys. She offered him pizza, but he didn't want it. He did not get scratch marks from her. She heard a thump of him falling out of bed. She went down and asked if he hit his head. He said he hit his chest. Wait, hold on one second, guys. Hold on, guys, I'm coming. Please don't leave. We got a couple more pages that are. Mom, does he have it? Huh. Hold on, guys. I thought he had it. Maybe that wasn't one that he wanted. I don't know. I don't have it either. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hey, is Case out? Does he want this? Does he like this? Alright, guys, I'm sorry, I'm coming. Oh, Case? Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You can have this one. This is a good one. It's a double disc live. It looks like it's actually in a really good shape. Just take care of it because this isn't going to be worth money. Kiss is shit like that. And that's in really, that album's in really good shape. Like,
I'm not gonna ruin it.
alright. Alright, guys, I'm sorry. Okay. My stomach is messed up, dude. That pizza. My nephew's here, but I almost like, you guys heard me out of breath. Like all I did was went downstairs. Normally when sometimes the weather's bad, I'll do like sometimes like 100 times I'll go up and down the stairs. So I normally could be fine. I went up one time and I felt like I was like, I could barely make it, dude. I guess I am more sick than I'm realizing. And anyway, okay. Where are we at? So she heard him a thump of him falling out of bed. She went down and asked if he hit his head. He hit his chest. He climbed back on his bed. So that means, think about this. That means that they did something to his chest. So now hearing that she's trying to give a reason why has like marks on him, and one of the things she points out is the hitting him his chest. So that means that she knew he was hit somehow. Something about his chest got hit from them. She was aware of it, and then she's trying to make reasons why he has these marks on him. So I don't think it's from the CPR, because I don't think because he was gone so long that it would bruise after he's already been gone. I don't even think that would happen anyway, biologically, like scientifically. I don't think. I never did get an answer in the chat. But from what I understand, what happens when you die, I don't think it would bruise there. I could be wrong. If anybody is a doctor or medical, and let's say you've been dead for like 5 or 6 hours, can you bruise after something happens to you that long after? I don't think, but so yeah, I wonder what they freaking did to his chest, because we know he didn't fall out of the bed, because we know he was long gone. He was gone hours before she's claiming this. She's lying. They have a video of it. He didn't fall out of his bed. Well, he wasn't even in his bed. What are we talking about? We know he wasn't in his bed. He was in the closet. Anyway, she did not notice how thin he was. She noticed his face last night, but he did not want to talk to her. He did not have scratches on his face when he went to bed. They did not restrict his movement at night with shackles. He was not allowed to go into the garage. She went back to bed after he got back into his bunk. She was hoping to go to bed early, but didn't get to bed until after midnight. She got up and got ready in the morning. She went downstairs and said Timothy's name. She put her hand on his chest and freaked out. Interview with Paul. The following are summaries of statements made by Paul while at her home on 7/6. I explained to Paul he was not under arrest or in custody. Also that he was free to leave at any time. Timothy wore baggy clothes. Paul came home around 2:10. He took Benadryl. Shonda knew he came how and texted him to take his meds. He heard Timothy snoring like a daggum freight train. Paul didn't wake up to any thuds. He was an immense heavy sleeper. He woke up at 6 a.m. He was supposed to be dropped off. Wait, give me one more minute, guys. Sorry guys, my nephews were over and we have my dad has these old albums and we were trying to go through them and stuff, and he wanted to go through them because he got a record player, but we were trying to like see what's what here. He's got like my dad has like the Beatles and like all these old ones that are like probably gonna be worth some money, and like just like stuff that I listen to and stuff. So just I don't know. Anyway, all right, so where are we at? So he woke up at 6 a.m. He was supposed to be dropped off by Mama at Starbucks near his work. Shonda alerted him that Timothy wasn't breathing. So Shonda alerted Paul that Timothy wasn't breathing. They got him off the bed and attempted to resuscitate. He thought Timothy was okay, but he wasn't. He failed because he always told Timothy he would protect him. Yeah, we know Paul now. We know your stepsister's telling us how you're bullying him, and you have a C or a SA charged on him. Like, I am still in shock, and I'm just in shock about that. That there is like a charge, and I'm pretty sure it was against him. If not, that would mean Gabriel, but I don't think it was Gabriel because no, it couldn't have, because this is when he was living at his dad's house. It has to be Timothy who it was against. It has to be because G was not, you know what I'm saying? He was with his mom. So dang it. Anyway, he thought maybe Mama had fed him, and Mama thought maybe he had fed him. Fed him meant to take him food and make sure he actually ate it. Timothy made his own food back before the last couple weeks. Paul is so lost on how this all happened. He only had verbal quarrels with Timothy, nothing physical. He would never lay his hands on him. Timothy had been forcing himself to throw up back in January. He never talked to Paul about not eating. Wait, I thought this was Paul. Hold on, did I read this wrong? Yeah, it is Paul. Why is that wording it like that? I guess they're just relaying what he said. He never talked to Paul about not eating. He saw some scratches on his face, but was guessing they were from the fall. Shonda and Timothy never argued, or I guess Timothy never argued. Paul had been living with Shonda for 2 years. Timothy would sneak food. Timothy had bedwetting problem. Apparently, Timothy had a surgery to reduce pain while urinating. The food was locked because Timothy had a stealing problem. He recently took over the responsibility of paying for groceries. He was stepping up to help his mother with the burden. Timothy would always say he is hungry, but we knew he wasn't hungry. Unlike Paul, he did not have an enhanced metabolism. Wait, see, Timothy would always say he's hungry, but we knew. But how is he even saying that when we know, like, yeah, he was hungry? Hold on, I gotta what? I got like dust because those records. Hold on 1 second. Sorry I had to do that in the middle of this live, but they were leaving. And it was just this whole ordeal. Okay. Where are we at? Unlike Paul, he did not have enhanced metabolism. So saying he would always say he's hungry, but we knew he wasn't hungry. Unlike Paul, he did not have an enhanced metabolism. Timothy ate bread yesterday, then got up into his bed before Paul left for work. That was the last time Paul actually talked to him. He didn't know how he wasn't aware of how frail and thin Timothy had become. He was not sure how Timothy got all the bruising on his body. The cameras were put into Timothy's room because he tended to strip down and walk around naked. Or G's room, because G's the one that did that, right? Hold on 1 second. Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay, so unlike Paul, okay, where are we at? The last time Paul actually talked to him. Oh, so he ate bread yesterday, then got it up into his bed, and that was the last time that Paul actually talked to him. He didn't. Oh, I already went through that. Hold on. Oh, the strip down and around naked. That's where we left off. He was guessing the camera in the bathroom was to monitor Timothy when he was bathing. Is that normal? Let's monitor a teenager going through puberty, like at the worst time of when, you know what I'm saying? Let's monitor them taking a shower. Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, we know that's not true, but it's like even the excuse you're given is like ridiculous. Anyway, it could have also been to monitor G related to his stripping problem. The leg shackles were used because Timothy kept moving when he was standing up against the wall. Oh my God, he moved. Uh-oh. Paul told me I would have to ask Mama what the shackles were used for. I feel like I failed him regarding Timothy. The shackles were used for Timothy when he was in timeout. They would set a timer. They were used a couple times in February. He tries to do a kickstand when standing against the wall. Shackles prevented him from cheating out of his punishment. His mother would tell Paul what to do regarding to punishment for Timothy. The last time Timothy got in trouble was prior to his recent hunger strike. He never got shut in the closet downstairs. After it was cleaned out, Timothy would sometimes take a nap in there. He did not know why there was a motion sensor on the door to the closet. He knew Timothy was misbehaving, but did not know why Shonda was punishing him. Timothy sometimes tried to blame Paul for his behavior. But Mama would defend Paul. Timothy get punishments for eating food that was designated for other people. Wait, Timothy would get punishments for eating food that was, wow. We've never robbed him of food. Never. Shonda would never put her hands on him. He's gotten close to hitting him. So I think they're saying Paul's gotten close to hitting him, but walked away before doing it. My mother's amazing. Those shackles were never used for anything that wasn't necessary. He wasn't always there when the shackles were being used. Paul had been making sure Timothy was eating food over the last couple weeks. They didn't take him to the hospital because they didn't know anything was wrong. They didn't think anything was wrong. His phone would not have any evidence related to what happened to his brother. Yeah, right, that's where they found most of it. He has had moments he wanted to hurt Timothy, but his mama would calm down. The interview ended after Shonda entered the room and spoke with, I don't know who's blacked out. While speaking with, I guess Paul, but while speaking with Paul, Shonda in the living room of the home, I asked about the conflicting statements regarding the shackles. Shonda stated that she was not aware of the shackles were used on Timothy, I guess she's saying, yeah. Shonda also denied knowing anything about why the hot sauce was in the basement bathroom. This short conversation was not recorded. What page are we on? It doesn't, 57. I received a phone call from Catherine Ash regarding information on blank. Catherine told me she was a teacher at Heartland Middle School when Timothy was a student from grade 6 to 8. Catherine advised Timothy was her student in the 6th grade and was his teacher of record for 7th and 8th grade. Catherine advised it was her responsibility to ensure AIP protocols were implemented in Timothy's education. Catherine told me Timothy did have ADHD and received medication for the diagnosis. Catherine told me Timothy did not have intellectual disabilities and attended general classes. Catherine advised Timothy was well liked by staff and students. Catherine advised, based on her observation over him over 3 years, she believes he was emotionally stunted as a result of lack of care and love within his home in Oklahoma. Catherine advised he never came to school clean or wearing appropriate size clothing. Catherine advised his clothes were filthy and he often appeared to look homeless. Staff would ensure he would shower in school and provide him a clean change of clothes while they laundered his filthy clothes. She was always happy to receive a clean set of clothing. Or he was always happy. But see, remember, this is when he was in his dad's care, okay? They all failed him. Catherine advised Timothy was starved for attention, connection, wanted hugs, and was eager to please. If he was ever admonished for anything in school, he immediately apologized and would become emotional. Catherine advised he never appeared to be underweight, but his clothing was always several sizes too large for him. Catherine advised every Friday she would fill his backpack as well as his sister's, Millie's, with food to take home. Catherine advised he had a healthy appetite and would eat whatever he was fed at school. If he wanted food, he would politely ask. Catherine advised she, as well as other teachers, reached out to DHS regarding his well-being, but based on the lack of progress, does not believe anything was done. Catherine advised she contacted Eric and Trish Ferguson several times to address his lack of cleanliness, but Eric and Trish always provided excuses. Eric and Trish would tell Catherine that he went to bed clean and woke up dirty, and that he chose to wear dirty clothes. Yeah, that you're the parent, so you don't let him. Catherine was told he was incontinent as well. So so his dad and stepmom are trying to say that, oh, he went to bed clean but woke up dirty, and he wants to wear dirty clothes. Catherine advised she believes if Timothy was incontinent, it was a response to trauma. Dude, that just brings me back to what if Paul SA'd him, that's one of the signs for SA abuse is incontinence. So, like, are you kidding me? I wonder if that's from what Paul did to him. Dang it. Catherine advised she had heard there was a history of physical abuse between Paul and Timothy, where Timothy was the potential victim. Right there again. Catherine advised Timothy never spoke of Shonda and referred to Trish as his mom or stepmom. Catherine said, we knew he wasn't cared for at home, and he lived through hell most of his life. Catherine told me she was not surprised to hear Eric and Trish sent him to live with Shonda, as it was clear the dad and mom felt he was a burden. I advised Catherine to contact me if she had any further information. So everybody's treating him like a gosh darn burden. That's crazy, dude. Wow. Man. I spoke with Kendra Kim via text regarding information on, I'm guessing, Timothy. Kendra told me she was a school psychologist in the elementary school Timothy attended in Oklahoma. Kendra advised in 2011, when Timothy was in first grade, his brother Paul was placed in another elementary building. Kendra advised it was alluded that Paul may have been SAing him. Dang it. Kendra advised Paul also did not attend the same middle school as Timothy. Kendra told Timothy and Paul did attend the same high school. So wait, Paul is how much older? He's about, wait. What, he's like 4 or 5 years older than him? I'll have to look at their dates of birth. So that means in first grade, how old would you be? Because I'm trying to figure out when this started, because if they're saying when Timothy was in first grade, well, it says 2011, and Paul was already doing that. Paul was pretty young too. So that would make Paul, if he's 20, isn't he 20 now? Or was he, how old is Paul? Do you guys know? I want to figure out how old he was when it at least it already had happened. I don't know if he was 20 when it happened or 20 now. I could go look at the records, but dude, if somebody could just help me so I don't have to. Oh, he was 20 when it happened. Okay, so he's probably 22, maybe? Let's say 22. Hold on. I just want to see something. Wait. So that was 13 years ago. So, wow. So that means he was like around 9 years old. And dang it, because think about this. If Timothy was in first grade and this had already happened, because look, that means it happened sometimes before that. So I don't know how much before, but it says in 2011, when Timothy was in first grade, his brother Paul was placed in another building because of this SA charge, right? So he was like 9 or younger when he did this SA charge to Timothy. So that definitely is a work of repeating something. You know what I'm saying? Like a repeat, something he learned. And I mean, being 9 years old, where is he learning it from? So that makes me wonder who, there always is a possibility he learned it from online and he's just a psychopath and he got these urges online. But more probable is that somebody did it to him. That's more likely. It's not always. It's more, most of the time it is, but there's always cases where it's not. I mean, there are, but being that young, it makes me think that him already acting like that young, that it probably was something he learned from experience, personal. So who did it to him? His mom moved out when, his mom was with him for, wasn't she with him for like the first 8 years of his life, right? Wait, when did they, yeah. I bet you it was his mom, dude. I mean, the way that they're describing how his mom is like inappropriate with their kids, like sexually inappropriate, that makes me wonder if it was his mom doing it to him. And then he's repeating it. And it's not an excuse, guys. I'm not giving him an excuse, but we're trying to understand what made a 9-year-old or younger do something like that to his younger brother and even know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? And to be aware of that young, it makes me think, wow. All right. Where are we at? Kendra advised Paul also did not attend the same middle school, but they did attend the same high school. Kendra described Timothy as a precocious little guy, sweet, caring, hungry, and amazing. Hungry. Kendra advised Timothy would attend school in clothes that were several sizes too big and dirty. He would urinate in his pants, even in middle school. She believes the bladder accidents were a result of the alleged SA. Yeah, that you're right, Kendra. I'm sure you're right. That is definitely a symptom of SA. Kendra told me Timothy was always hungry and would eat anything you put in front of him. Kendra advised she never knew Shonda. Kendra advised she believes Shonda only felt safe and secure when he was at school. Or Timothy, sorry. Timothy only felt... You know what? That goes back to I always was wondering, I was like, their relationship, Paul's and their moms, was almost like a relationship. It almost felt like that in a way, like when you're hearing things. So it's like he became the man of the house. Dude, I wonder even as adults if they had a thing going on. Ugh. Anyway, so they're saying Timothy, she believes, only felt safe at school. Kendra advised she did not personally contact DHS, but knew several teachers over the course of Timothy's education. I advised Kendra to contact me if he had further information. I was contacted by Glenn Ferguson. Glenn advised me he's the maternal grandparent of Timothy. So that means... Wait, maternal grandparent? Wouldn't that be the paternal grandparent? I am so confused. Am I like, do I not? No, this is Eric's dad. Eric's father. Ferguson. Her maiden name's Ramsey. I mean, I thought if you're from the dad side, it's paternal grandparent. I think that's right? Yeah, because the Ferguson, that's what I'm saying. That's Eric's dad. Huh, I don't know. Isn't that how that goes? If you're, he's on the dad side. It's the paternal. Okay. Glenn advised he believes his son Eric may not have been honest with NSPD investigators regarding Timothy. So this is the grandparent says. So remember, this is Timothy's dad's dad. Glenn stated he resides in North Carolina. He's the paternal grandfather of Timothy, Paul, Nolan, and Millie. He and his wife would visit their grandchildren once a year in Oklahoma. Timothy and Paul were heavily medicated with ADHD medications by Shonda and Eric. The heavy medication continued even after Shonda's parental rights were removed. At some point, Timothy was placed in a facility for an unknown period of time. Shonda tried to keep the kids in their bedrooms by placing monitors in the hallway. So even then, it sounds like even when her and Eric were together, she did the same crap. And who's the controlling one? I mean, maybe Eric was too, but dang it, you're definitely... Ugh. He did not observe any forms of discipline. Nolan came to live with him when he... something due to sexual misconduct between blank and blank. So wait, came to live with him when he... I don't know. And I wonder if that's Paul and Timothy, the sexual misconduct. Anyway, all kids were removed from the home in Oklahoma after Shonda and Eric divorced. Wait, let's think about this. You have that SA charge. It does sound like when we did it, I do think she moved out around that same time, so it does sound like maybe she lost, they lost rights. Remember how they were, like, it seems like they both did, and somehow he was able to keep them, but rights of the kids around that time. So it probably did have something to do with that SA charge against Paul, plus other things, I'm sure. But it makes me wonder why it was her that lost the rights. So that makes sense, because I wonder if, no, because if it would have came out, they probably would have charged her with it. But what I'm saying is I'm wondering if Paul opened up and opened up about maybe his mom doing the same thing to him or something, because why did she lose the rights and the dad didn't? You know, does it have something to do with that? But then, like I said, if it does, then why wouldn't she have been charged? So I don't know. I just wonder, maybe he hasn't opened up about it. It just makes me wonder when he was going through that, when he did it, when he was young, I'm sure he went through therapy. I wonder if he came out and said anything about what started that. Anyway, so Eric eventually obtained full custody of the children. Shonda only had supervised visitation rights of the children. He heard Shonda had previously brought... Dang. Well... she's making, when you think she can't get any worse, guys, look what she brought in. Are you kidding me? She brought it into the home and had shown it to the children. Remember this, when she was living with Eric, all the children were younger. That was back years ago, so they were all young kids. I mean, regardless, you don't watch that with your children, but like they're like young kids and you're bringing it into the home. The last time he had seen Timothy was in the summer of 2021. He appeared to be a healthy weight. Eric sent Timothy to live with Shonda, even though Shonda was not supposed to have contact with him. Received a copy of the warrant. Okay. First degree. Officer Brace and I were requested by Detective Swanker and Detective Alm to respond to blank while they attempted to pick up Paul on his warrant. Upon arrival, they attempted to make contact at the front door. While Officer Brace and I went to the rear entrance, contact was made with Paul at the front of the house. Detectives took Paul into custody and he was brought to my patrol vehicle to be transported to NSPD. Paul was searched prior to being placed in my vehicle by detectives. He was then seatbelted in the back. Sergeant Krudoff had bound buddies respond for the dog located in the home. He stood by until their arrival. I brought Paul to NSPD without incident and he was escorted to the interview room to be questioned by detectives. Paul made no statements while en route to the PD. Detective Alm requested that I respond to NSPD to transport Paul to the MCJ after she completed interviewing him. I met with Paul and Detective Alm in NSPD interview room. I placed Paul into handcuffs while checking for tightness and double locking them. I searched Paul and placed him into the rear of my cruiser. Paul was transported to MCJ and lodged on his warrant without incident. A copy of Paul's warrant was provided to MCJ intake. I cleared with nothing further. On July 14th, I stood before Magistrate Wirra and swore to the felony warrant for first-degree CA charges against Paul. Detective Swanker and I, along with NSPD Road Patrol, arrived at and executed the arrest warrant. Paul was arrested and transported and was seated in the interview room. He removed the handcuffs. They removed Paul's handcuffs. I advised Paul he was not free to leave and advised him of his Miranda rights. Paul advised he understood his rights and agreed to speak with us. Paul provided the following statements. Paul stated he knew he was in trouble when he was arrested. He felt guilty for not stopping things from happening. He felt guilty not having a real conversation with Timothy. Stated while his mother, Shanda, was not home, Paul was in charge of keeping an eye on him in case he was misbehaved. Timothy would misbehave by stealing food, but now thinks Timothy was actually hungry. Timothy would have to go to his room with food and his iPad until Mama got home. Timothy would have to go up on his bed, but this was before he was moved into the closet downstairs. Paul was not sure if Timothy was moved to the closet due to punishment or due to a broken bed frame. Paul stated Timothy slept in the closet downstairs on a tarp that was purchased off Amazon. Timothy was fed bread and with hot sauce. He was also fed rice with hot sauce. He did not like the hot sauce. The hot sauce was for punishment. Paul was not sure why Timothy was punished, but thought it was because he would sneak food. Timothy would be punished for claiming to need support for standing or leaning on stuff. He noticed how thin Timothy was becoming and suggesting they give him food. At one point, Timothy became unresponsive, but he was able to get him to respond. He cooked Timothy some eggs with cheese and toast. He did not tell Shonda he made the eggs. He was told not to give Timothy food without asking. There were no cameras upstairs or outside. Shonda did not restrict his food consumption, or Timothy's maybe, or G's probably. Oh, G's, I'm sure. Paul stated he would tell Shonda if Timothy misbehaved to get him in trouble. Surveillance cameras were in the basement to monitor and watched him. He and Shonda had access to watch the surveillance via apps on their cell phone. Timothy was homeschooled in Michigan. Timothy was unresponsive the day before he passed away. He had to pick Timothy up the day before he passed away. Shonda told him Timothy was just acting. He put Timothy in an ice bath sometime after 4, despite questioning if it was the right thing to do. He made sure the cold water was as cold as it could get. Ice baths were a form of punishment. He and Timothy did not receive the same punishments as, or he and G did not receive the same punishments as Timothy. So there you go. I mean, I think it was, never questioned Timothy's punishments, admitted to coming up with forms of punishments. So this is all Paul. So Paul admitted to coming up with forms of punishments, and then he never questioned his punishments, Timothy's. Paul would punish Timothy without Shonda's instruction. So here we go. He's admitting to doing it without Shonda telling him to. Paul would watch Timothy do wall sits for an extended period of time to ensure he did them right. Paul would make Timothy run up and down the stairs off the back patio for punishment at Shonda's request. Timothy would have to do 10 to 20 sets of stairs. If Timothy was caught on camera eating anything, he would be punished, and Paul would enforce the punishment. There were times Timothy was not allowed to sleep. Timothy did not eat like Paul and G get to eat. Shonda would make him throw up if he snuck food. Paul was told to make Timothy throw up. Paul would tell Timothy to fake making himself throw up because Paul could not make him do it. Paul felt Timothy did not always need the food he snuck. Paul stated he knows he should have stopped it. He stated he knows he is guilty. He deserves every punishment that comes his way. He would get angry at Timothy at times and did not want Timothy there. He never wanted Timothy truly gone. He thinks it was a couple days before Timothy died when Timothy was still functional and going up the stairs, but still needed support. That Shonda said, I'm so tempted to just leave him on the side of the road, Paul said. Yeah, same here. Timothy was punished for acting like he needed support to move or stand. Paul would administer California Reaper and Scorpion pepper hot sauce onto his mouth for punishment. Timothy would have to swallow the hot sauces. Timothy did not like the hot sauce. The toilet was out of range of the camera. Paul would put a toothbrush in Timothy's mouth to assist with self-induced vomiting. Oh my God. Paul told Timothy to fake vomit. Paul made Timothy do stairs even though Shonda could not see it on camera. Punishment would change if one form of punishment was not effective. Stair and wall sit punishment stopped when Timothy became too thin. Sometimes Timothy was given peanut butter sandwiches and ramen. Paul did not know what Timothy's bad behavior was. Timothy would whine when he had to do stairs. Timothy eventually stopped complaining. Timothy's wrists would be zip tied behind his head. Timothy's ankles were zip tied together. Timothy would have to stand facing the wall with his hands behind his head for prolonged periods of time. Paul did what he told. Paul said it did not seem weird to him to punish Timothy or deprive him of food. Timothy was not allowed to use electronic devices or look at someone else's device. Timothy was punished if he looked at someone else's device. Paul stated Timothy could be destructive. Motion sensors and alarms were implemented to keep Timothy confined to the closet. Paul stated he does not think Timothy likes sleeping in the closet. Paul stated he did what he was told. Paul would make Timothy stand against the wall if he got mad at him. Paul did not trust Timothy to behave. Timothy would have to stand against the wall with his hands behind his head for several hours. Paul would set timers while Timothy would stand against the back door upstairs where there were no cameras. Well, I'm just thinking real quick on... Paul liked getting praised by Shonda. Paul admitted he liked having power over Timothy. Yeah. So all the stuff we were saying, he likes getting praised. He liked having power. He admitted he liked having control over Timothy. He admitted having power over somebody feels good. He was physically forceful with Timothy. If Timothy stole food, he would go without food for additional days. Paul admitted he could have given Timothy food. Paul admitted he willingly punished and starved Timothy. Paul admitted he was trying to keep himself alive by sneaking food. Paul and Shonda denied him that. Paul was not sure how many ice baths Timothy was forced to take. Paul stated after he often thought Timothy was fake and needing support. Paul stated Timothy was forced to take ice baths the night before he died. Paul stated he had to undress Timothy and placed him in the ice bath. Paul stated he would smack Timothy with an open hand on his head, shoulders, back, or when he was hungry at Timothy for not listening. Or angry, sorry. Or he's angry at Timothy for not listening. Man. Timothy was allowed only a sip of water. Paul stated he never goes a day without food or beverage. Paul thinks Timothy was starved because he would take food. Paul admitted he would push Timothy. He admitted that when Timothy was getting very thin, Paul would still physically assault him. He stated he dropped Timothy the morning before. Timothy was unresponsive, trying to move him from the closet. Paul stated, I'm basically his murderer as well. I did not stop it. I could have. He could have stopped it. Paul stated he could have stopped it, but he didn't. Paul stated that he may be the cause of Timothy's starvation, but wasn't sure. Paul stated, if I did, just throw me in prison for the rest of my life. Paul stated, if I was a part of it, I deserve it. Paul stated he used whatever ice was in the ice maker to add to Timothy's baths. Paul stated he could not have sat in the ice baths. Timothy would have to sit in the ice baths naked. Timothy did not like the ice baths. Paul stated the day before he died, he was not functionable. Paul stated he had to take Timothy's clothes off while he was laying on the floor. Paul stated he had to pick up Timothy up and place him in the ice bath. The first ice bath was about 30 minutes long. Timothy was in the ice bath the day before he died from around 4 to 11. Paul stated Shonda dragged him from the ice bath to the closet. Shonda found Timothy deceased in the closet. Shonda called out for Paul and told him he was not breathing. Shonda pulled Timothy out of the closet, demonstrated how he did 30 chest compressions. He administered rescue breaths. He could smell vomit on his breath. Not sure if Shonda administered chest compressions. He accepts responsibility for what happened to Timothy. He admitted he was willing participant in implementing punishment to him. Admitted to feeling powerful over implementing punishment to him. Stated he hates himself. I asked Paul what he thought, appropriate punishment would be for him. Paul stated he did not know. Paul stated he would tell him he couldn't do certain punishments anymore because he needed support. Paul stated he could have done something, but he didn't. He was afraid she would yell at him. Adam would not have let the punishments happen to Timothy. Power got to my head. Yeah, it did. Man. Paul stated he wanted to hear Shonda was proud of him. Asked if he was going to prison. I advised Paul he would be going to jail and there was a process within the courts. He asked if there was any way to testify to make sure Mama is put in prison for this. Stated he doesn't care how long he has to go to jail as long as she doesn't hurt anyone else. Stated he thought he felt powerful but was powerless. Stated he was drunk with power. Stated Grammy probably wasn't allowed to come inside the house because it was dirty or to prevent her from seeing Timothy. Paul stated when his brother Timothy was a minor, he SA'd his sister. Okay, so it's his sister? What? Oh. What? I want to know, who is he saying right here? His oldest brother, he's trying to say, did it? Paul stated when he was living in Oklahoma in elementary school, he fake admitted to SAing a female student. So is that another victim of his? Because they said it was his brother. I thought it was his brother was one. He stated he was unaware of any SA involving Shonda. Stated he never SA'd blank. Which I think is Timothy. I think this is saying Eric, right? Isn't that his oldest brother? I think he's trying to say Eric did his sister. And then he's saying he admitted to doing a student, but it was a lie. And then he's saying that he never SA'd Timothy. And that's what it sounds like he was charged with the Timothy one. That was what that whole thing was about, but he's trying to deny that, it looks like. Paul stated blank had a kidney stone when they were younger. Paul stated Shonda asked Paul to delete the text conversation between the two of them, as well as any photographs of Timothy, I'm sure. But I wonder, he's unaware of any SA involving Shonda. I wonder what that's like, what the truth is. Paul stated Shonda told him to delete his search history on Google. His search history was on Safari. Shonda told Paul to lie about finding Timothy on his bed before first responders arrived. He doesn't think it is true. Timothy did not have feeling on his tongue. Oh, he doesn't think it is true that Timothy did not have feeling on his tongue. Shonda told Paul to put his pants and belt on Timothy before first responders arrived. Paul stated the pants and belt were Paul's, not Timothy's. There were times she only had him wearing a diaper. Shonda did not want Timothy to have sheets or a blanket. Timothy may have been wrapped in a shower curtain when he was found dead. I know. Sorry, I'm starting to get like everything is just hard to read for many reasons. Yeah, I don't know. This is crazy. Paul was transported to Muskegon County Jail and lodged on a felony warrant. Detective Alman, I reviewed all text messages between Shonda and Paul. Dates January to July. PDF document was generated with bookmarks for text messages which are of interest. Additionally, a document titled Text Messages Notes was created which identifies the significance of bookmarks. Both documents were delivered to the prosecutors directly. We're getting there. I spoke to Tracy via text regarding blank. Tracy provided the following statements. Tracy was school psychologist at elementary. Tracy worked with, I'm guessing, Timothy one-on-one. Tracy stated Timothy always appeared over-medicated with ADHD medications. Timothy alluded to never wanting to be being at home. Wow. Timothy told her he and other kids were locked in their bedrooms. Tracy stated she had worked out an out-of-home therapy plan for Timothy, but his parents never moved forward with it. I spoke to Michelle regarding information on Shonda. Michelle worked with Shonda at the county courthouse. Shonda always referred to Paul as the 20-year-old. I swear, And I wonder what this is. Right here. What they redacted. Shonda stated the 20-year-old was really stepping up to take care of the Timothy, but I don't know what she's calling him, I'm sure. Stated she was giving the 20-year-old a lot of credit. Shonda always had an iPad up in her office to watch her kids while they were at home. Michelle stated she never got a good look at who Shonda was watching, but it looked like the child was bigger than Gabriel. Michelle stated she had met Blank and Paul once Michelle would hear Shonda. Wait, that's crazy though. So that she had this stuff up at work and they're like abusing, like nobody bothered to look, or you think she would have been scared for somebody to see what they were doing to this kid? Oh man. Michelle stated that she had met Timothy, I'm guessing Timothy and Paul once. Michelle would hear Shonda communicating via the iPad with a child. Shonda would speak into the pad, no, you can't more food. You already have what's provided to you. And no, you can't leave your room. Shonda always knew when the kids were moving around in the house by watching the iPad. Michelle heard Shonda tell the kids they couldn't be out of their rooms at the same time. Michelle stated Timothy was the only child she referred to by name, maybe. Yeah, because she calls Paul a 20-year-old. Or maybe it's G. I don't know. But there's only one that she referred to by name. Michelle's dog sat for Shonda at Michelle's house from 10:04 to 10:07 as Shonda was going out of town to a wedding. Shonda told Michelle everyone in the house was going to the wedding except Blank. Wonder if they kept Timothy there all by herself. Remember we were talking about that wedding, the wedding that they went to, right? It was her oldest son's, right? And we were like, wonder if Timothy... So I think she did keep Timothy there all by himself, huh? But how did she trust... You know what I'm saying? How would she... That's not... If she doesn't like... How would she trust him to be there all by himself, though? You know what I'm saying? If he's really that bad, he would have caught the freaking house on fire or something. Or did she have him in, like, handcuffs the whole time? I don't know. Anyway... Michelle stated Shonda would make comments like, does anyone want a blank? Michelle assumed this was a question stemming from a parent of a typical teenager. I received a text from Trisha regarding Shonda. Trisha stated she worked with Shonda at the courthouse. Trisha stated she knew Shonda had surveillance cameras in her house to monitor kids. Shonda referred to blank, the middle child, a problem child. Shonda told Trisha the middle child was being punished one day by standing out in the cold. Shonda told Trisha he was wearing a coat and was not out there for long. After Trisha questioned her about it, as it was cold outside, Shonda told Trisha she was going to put locks on the kitchen cabinets because middle child was eating things he was not supposed to. Shonda told Trisha on one occasion that the middle child kept her up all night by getting up and setting off the alarm notification on her phone. Shonda told Trisha his punishment for this would be to stand up all night with his nose against the wall. I was talking about Prosecutor Matthew Roberts received a copy of the warrant for Paul Byron Ferguson for SA abuse felony. Ferguson was lodged on the charges. Stephen VanderArk contacted me via text to inquire about obtaining house keys to. Stephen advised his son, Adam, is the signer of the lease, and Stephen is the co-signer. Stephen advised he wanted access to the residence so he could begin the process cleaning and removing some of Adam and Shonda's property. I advised, or somebody's property, I don't know why it's blunt. Why is it redacted? I don't know. But anyway, I advised Stephen the house keys was in Paul's property, or maybe it is Timothy. Anyway, the house key was in Paul's property at the MCJ and would attempt to make arrangements to collect the keys. I asked Stephen if he would consent to detectives meeting him at the residence in order to utilize the Wi-Fi in the home to retrieve surveillance from the cameras. Stephen did not hesitate in agreeing to this process. Paul consented to the following, consented allowing me to collect the house key from his property. I signed the release of the property. Stephen agreed to meet the detective at 1330 to 1400 hours. I reviewed the recording, audio, visual surveillance retrieved from the camera that was placed in the closet identified as Timothy Ferguson's room. Listed below is a document timestamped and observed events of abuse on 7/4/2022. 1400 hours. Paul yelling, "Get up! No crawling! Go!" Timothy, "I need support." Paul, "No, you don't. Hands off." Timothy, "Ow!" Paul, "Stop faking crawling. Go. Get up." Timothy, "Oh, ow." Paul, "Stop crawling. Go. Off the wall." And Timothy, "Ow." Paul, "Get up. Leaning on me. Stop leaning on me. You don't need support." So remember, this is on the 4th, 7/4. So this would be 2 days before he died, okay? Shonda and Paul yelling, "Get up." So this is that was at 2:55 p.m. This is at 3:15 p.m. Timothy says, or Timothy is back in the closet, knees against the wall, hand on head. "Let's go." Slowly exit the closet. So he's back in the closet, knees against the wall, hand on the head. Wow. 1808 hours. Shonda yelling at Timothy, "Move now. Get up. Get up." "No, you don't, idiot." Shonda yelling, "Come on. Go, go, go. No, stop. No stopping now. Get up. Get up now. I warned you, didn't I? Don't pull that stunt again. Get your head off the wall. Get up." Shonda yelling, "You don't get to use anything, idiot. It's all fake." Wow. So I'm just looking at the time. So this, and then 2 hours later. So when she's like, "Move now, get up, get up, get up, you idiot." And then 2 hours later is when it's, "Come on, go, 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 no stopping." And then 10 minutes later, she's saying, "You don't get to use anything, you idiot. Lazy bum, pull yourself up, you brat." At 21:17 hours, Timothy is back in the closet for the night. Listed below is a documented timestamp of observed events of abuse on 7/3/2022. 10:15 hours, Timothy is lying on the closet floor crying. 10:32, Shonda's yelling, "Get up." Timothy saying, "I'm trying to get up." Shonda's like, "Hurry up, get up on the wall, get on the wall." 10:54 hours, Shonda yells, "Why are these blinds open?" Timothy response is unclear, but sounds like he says Paul. Shonda, "If I ask him the same thing, is he going to tell me?" "We'll see tonight, won't we?" "You've been into stuff when you shouldn't have." And then Shonda's yelling is unclear. Timothy is back in the closet. Shonda yelling, "Hurry up." Timothy saying, "Yes, ma'am." Shonda saying, "Hurry up, Timothy." Timothy saying, "I'm trying." Shonda saying, "No, you're not. Move, hurry up now. Get in the bathroom now. 15 seconds. Time's up. Let's go. Hurry up. Let's go." Then at 15:59 hours, which is almost 4 p.m., Shonda says, "Get in there now." Timothy enters the closet. I want to see how many more. Oh, so it's 3 hours. So wait, at 15:56, she's telling him to get into the bathroom. But then 4 minutes later, he's getting back into the closet. Okay, so did he ever go in the bathroom, I wonder? Anyway, she's like, "Get in there now." Timothy enters the closet. Maybe he had to go to the bathroom. Maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Anyway, so sits against the wall and places his hands on top of his head. The camera angle is adjusted electronically to view Timothy's position against the wall. Hands remain on his head until 1627. So that's about a half hour. His hand is on his head and he is... Wait. Sits against the wall with his hands on his head for about a half hour. Okay. So then Shonda yells at Timothy, and Timothy says, "Coming, I'm coming." Exits closet. Get up, get up. So I don't know what happens in between these 5 hours almost, but then she's like, "Get up, get up." Timothy is back in the closet for the night. Wait. So he exits the closet. So he's okay. So he's doing something outside the closet for about 5 hours, and then he goes back in the closet for the night. And then he rolls over and sores on his lower back are observed. Wow. So that you could see the sores on his back. Oh my God. Paige Eaton contacted me via text to provide information regarding Shonda. Paige told me she is Shonda's biological sister. Paige told me she and Shonda were in foster care in Alabama for about 2 years when they were between the ages of 6 and 9. Paige advised during their time in foster care, Paige and Shonda were physically abused. The physical abuse consisted of starvation, given small bites of bread, sips of water or milk, placed in ice baths, and beaten with clothes hangers and or ping pong paddles. See what I'm saying, guys? You know, everybody gets mad because they say when I try to understand people, "Oh, you're giving them an excuse." But this stuff is important to understand. Like, makes sense. It's not giving them an excuse, but this makes a lot of sense that a lot of people repeat the cycle, you know, and a lot of people break the cycle. So, you know, some people are like, "Well, not everybody does it. You have a choice." I get that. But there is a lot of repeating cycle. A lot of people can repeat it and they can't break it. And a lot of people do break it. You know, you have both sides here. She didn't break it. She's doing the same freaking stuff as when she was a kid. You know, it's not that unheard of. If you go back to parents doing this to their kids, usually they were done the same thing to them as kids. So I don't mean to be getting an attitude, but I'm like always nervous to talk about it because people get on me like I'm giving an excuse, and no, I just try to understand it. That's all. But wow, okay, we're learning a lot from these documents. Dang it. So Paige advised Shonda was always the favored sibling and could do no wrong through the eyes of the family. Paige advised Shonda is self-entitled, controlling, and possibly a sociopath. Paige advised after the passing of their mother, Shonda began having a sexual relationship with their stepfather, who put Shonda on birth control. Bam! That explains her sexual crap. Dang it. It's almost too predictable. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, holy crap, but it's like, that is so predictable now. Like, now that we know that, okay. I mean, dang it. Classic. I mean, that's just the way it is. It's sad and it sucks. And I hate that people go through it. Some people are able to break the cycle and some people aren't. And unfortunately, she was not. And she had a choice. I'm not giving her an excuse. I'm just, wow, man. So wait, she says they were in foster care, but then she was so this is almost like the same situation. So look, 6 to 9, they were in foster care. So before that, they were probably, you know, with their parents, right? Something happened, maybe custody, going to foster care, then they take them back, and then she's back with her parents. It's like almost like the same situation. And that's kind of unique, where I don't hear that a lot, where you have custody, then you lose custody, then you get them back, and it's just, I don't know, it's weird. Like, that it's not just like they're in the foster care and they lose it. It's like they come back to the family again. Anyway, this is crazy. So, wow, she had a sexual relationship with her stepfather. Okay, Paige advised when she was a teenager and about 16 weeks pregnant, Shonda intentionally struck Paige in the abdomen. Shonda was upset Paige was pregnant out of wedlock and pregnant before Shonda. This incident occurred in South Carolina. Paige advised she was taken to an ER in South Carolina after the incident for abdominal pain. Paige advised she miscarried the child at 23 weeks. Dude, she should be freaking in trouble for murder for that crap. Dang it. Did she say she was the older sibling or hold on? It doesn't say if she was older or younger. Right? Hold on. Did I miss that? Shonda intentionally struck Paige, who was pregnant out of wedlock. Incident occurred. I don't know. I'm just curious because I want to know how old she was when she did it. The same Paige was a teenager. Anyway, so Paige advised she miscarried at 23 weeks. Paige advised when she was pregnant with her second child, Shonda attempted to assault Paige, but Paige's husband intervened. Paige advised the last time she spoke to Shonda was in 2000. Paige advised she learned of Shonda and Paul's arrest about a week ago. Dude, Shonda is like, ugh. She is a monster. A freaking monster, man. I mean, you would think, like, it's like when you can't think that somebody would get worse. It's almost like she took what was done to her and increased it by 1,000 and became like even a more of a monster. This is disgusting. Yeah. Okay, thank you. She'd have been at 19. Okay. All right. I received the postmortem examination from WED. Fallen. Cause of death, dehydration and extreme emaciation due to malnutrition and starvation. Significant contributing conditions is hypothermia, exogenous hypothermia. So he died at his home. History of ADHD, past surgeries include adenoidectomy. What is that for? Adenoids? Wait, what is that? Hold on a second. I don't know. Is that like a ear tubes in 2010 and 12, urethral enlargement in 2013, reported seizure in 2016. Investigative reports indicate he had not been provided adequate food, had been subjected to various forms of punishment, prolonged ice baths, not provided with medical care for months, years. Reviews of the records available demonstrated normal height for his age and normal weight for his age until the last documented weight in 2019. At the time of his death, the autopsy demonstrated profound emaciation due to starvation with the weight of a body mass index of 0 percentile. 50 percentile weight in pounds for a old male is about 132 pounds. The 50th percentile in inches is 69. At the time of his death, he was 68 inches, weighed 69 pounds. Other findings commonly in deaths due to starvation and identified in this autopsy include atrophy of the skeletal muscles, decrease of the organ weights of many organs, a blue pallor of the skin, semi-translucent skin, pressure sores, thin neck, sunken eyes, decreased fat in the facial cheeks, protruding ribs, vertebrae, iliac crests, scapulae, knees and joints, and a sunken scaphoid abdomen, wrinkled skin over the buttocks, a largely emptied gastrointestinal tract, and premature thymic involution. The autopsy also demonstrated evidence of severe dehydration and dry mucosal surfaces, tenting of the skin, a markedly elevated urea nitrogen, and an elevated sodium. Multiple abrasions and contusions were on the skin and scalp. The thin subdural hemorrhage did not cause or contribute to the death. Based on all information available at this time, in my opinion, the death of him resulted from dehydration and extreme emaciation due to malnutrition and starvation. Additionally, exogenous hypothermia from ice baths contributed to the death. The manner of death is homicide. Wow, we finished. Holy, that was intense. Dang it, man. That was way worse. Like, when we were over this case, I was like disgusted by this case. Like, it was so horrible. I was so disgusted. And now it's like times 1,000. Like, this is disgusting. She is a... So, number one, she is way worse than I thought. He's way worse than I thought. They're both way worse than I thought. And I thought they were pretty bad to begin with. Dang it. They are horrible. They need to, I don't think that either of them should get out, to be honest. If Paul gets out, man, I don't know. That makes me nervous because I know I said last time I didn't think he'd repeat. I'm having serious doubts. I think he will. And if he ever has a family, I think he would do the same to his kids. I don't know. I don't know if that's, well, we know the judge has all this, and that's probably why he's like, I don't know if I'm going to take recommendations. I mean, this, you got to look at the safety of the society if you let him out, you know? I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think, here's the thing. Well, I guess when you're a man, you could have kids at any age. I was going to say, at least keep him in there long enough where he's too old to have kids and a family. But, dude, when you're a man, you could have kids at any age. But because I think he would repeat it for sure if he had kids. And possibly even I don't know. I don't know. I'd be scared to have him. And, I wouldn't want to I would never want him to be in my house. I'd be afraid. Um, okay, sorry, I was looking at my email because sometimes people send me interesting emails. Why? Man, I think I screwed up my back. I went down there and got those records and anyway. Yeah, there's a lot, Weena baby. I'm gonna try to, yeah, go back and I don't stop very often. There's a few times I stop and talk if you just want to go strictly, but you could just skip forward, if you just want to go through the document. There's a couple parts where I leave because I had an issue, but just skip forward, skip through that, and that's a good thing with YouTube. You could just fast forward through all that and you'll be able to see. But wow, I don't even know what to think. I'm changing my thought when I said 5 to 10. Or 10, I said at least 10. I would say Paul's 20? What is he, 22 now? 21 or 22? How old is he? I have to look at I have that information. I'm just don't have the energy right now, but he's around that age. So, dude, I would say 40 years. I don't know. I don't think he'll get that long though. But the judge has this. I mean, he has more than what we have. You know what I'm saying? He has everything, I'm sure, more than what we get. But hopefully I'll take that all into consideration. She is a monster, dude. Dang it. How did she even stay out of jail that long? She should have been in jail way earlier. Oh, you do? This is the true. I slept last night. Because I got up and I was like, I'm just going to try to do that. Because I started this live kind of early. I'm just disgusted by her. I'm going to try to clip out do some shorts. I need to do more shorts on my thing. I always talk about it and I never do it, but I need to. I might try to clip out some important, key points on this and do a couple shorts with it. I'm just, wow. All right, guys. That's it. That was it. I don't really think I'm going to end it. I want to get those Courtney Clenny videos up too. I never got to it yet. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you guys for hanging out. Oh, I'm going to share this on my Instagram. I forgot to share it. All right. I forgot to share it on my Instagram. All right. Bye, guys. look for some pre-records because I'm going to try to work on some. Like I said, I'm probably going to clip out some of this if you see, but it'll be worth watching again. There'll be like highlighted parts that I want to, you know, since this is like 4 hours, some people might not want to sit through it. And I feel like there's some key points in here if people are following the case that they need to know. So I'm going to try to clip out some of those freaking big things that we found out. Cause I mean, I think there's a lot, I feel like this freaking report has so much like important stuff for the case, like way over those body cam footage. Really, that's just, I mean, we hear Paul's interview. I mean, that, I guess it's good to be able to like see something, but this, with the information that this has in it, wow, this was very informative. So, all right, bye guys. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Patronus, Ashley, Bean Feathers. Thank you, guys. Wolfpack. Yeah, I just watched a Gypsy Rose interview with her husband the other day. Hey, Ween Baby, Martini. I would stay in chat, but I'm just not feeling good, and I want to try to get a couple of these highlights out. So when I have a little bit of energy, I just want to. Plus, I think I screwed up my back. I want to go do some of my back stretches. Dang it, I'm so mad because that's why I was late for this live, because I was trying to get these records. My nephews are coming over, so I was trying to get everything situated, and they're really heavy. And then there was an issue in the middle of the live, and I just rushed, and I think I'm so mad at myself. Because now, not only am I sick, now I'm going to have this back pain. And that usually lasts weeks. Like, if I turn my back a certain way, the pain is like, well, hopefully it doesn't go out, because I get to a point sometimes where I can't walk if it goes out, or herniates or whatever, but I just hope it doesn't. It's going to hurt, because that sucks. All right, bye, guys. Hey, Shorty. Bye, Karina. Just Joan. It has. Definitely. Hey, Tammy. All right, guys. We'll do it. We'll talk about this. I want to do a video where we could just discuss, maybe do an open panel or whatever when I start feeling a little bit better. Hey, Mama D. All right, bye, guys. I keep saying that, then I want to say hi to more people. Hey, Ramble. Mandy. Let's go up. Hey, Happy Melancholis. Who else do we got? We got Kayla. We got Shorty said hi to Shorty. Dolores. Janine. Miracle. Janet. Hey. Catch me if you can, Christine. All right, bye, guys.